Okay, nobody's listening. Okay, now we got it.
I think that got fire for his attention.
Okay, good evening, everybody. The date's April 6, 2026, and the time is 7:02 p.m. I hereby call to order the meeting of the City Council of the City of Groveland, Florida. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our Vice Mayor, and please remain standing while Pastor Darrell Sheely from Bay Lake Missionary Baptist Church offers the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Our Father in heaven, Lord, we thank you for today. We thank you for the good rain that we're having at this time, Lord. You know that we need it so desperately. Father, I want to say thank you for what this past weekend has represented. It represents the hope of all mankind through our Savior Jesus Christ and his resurrection. Thank you for the gift that you gave of your only begotten Son. Now, Lord, we ask that you would be with our city council, our mayor, staff, and those who are going to be involved in taking care of city business tonight, as well as the citizens that have come tonight. I pray, Lord, that all things are conducted decently in order and would be respectable in a way that would bring you honor and glory. We thank you again for all that you do. We love you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Jenny, could you please take the roll?
Yes. Mayor Keith Kehoe.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barbara Gaines.
Here.
Councilmember Amy Jo Carroll.
Here.
Councilmember Michael J. Cox.
Here.
Councilmember Stephen Shulkowski.
Here.
Interim City Manager Tim Maslow.
Here.
City Attorney Sandy Minkoff. Sergeant at Arms Chief Sean Ramsey. City Clerk Virginia Ryder.
Thank you, and we have a quorum. Next is the adoption of the agenda as presented. Any offerings for the agenda change? I'd like to ask some indulgence. I did talk to the interim city manager to place the mayor's report above the public comment tonight, if possible. I have a little PowerPoint that I would like to share, if possible, and could I get consensus on that?
Yes.
Thank you. So we'll move that up. Okay, we'll end the speakers, announcements, presentations, and proclamations, and tonight we have a proclamation on Water Conservation Month. Mr. J. Cox.
Thank you. Whereas water is a basic and essential need of every living creature, and whereas the state of Florida Water Management District and the city of Groveland are working together to increase the awareness about the importance of water conservation, and whereas the city of Groveland and the state of Florida has designated April, typically a dry month when water demands are most acute, Florida's Water Conservation Month, to educate citizens about how they are to help save Florida's precious water resource. And whereas the city of Groveland encourages and supports water conservation through various educational programs and special events, and whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can make a difference by helping to save water and thus promote a healthy economy and community. And now, therefore, the mayor, Keith Kellogg, of the city of Groveland, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Water Conservation Month, calling upon each citizen and business to help protect our precious resource by practicing water savings measures and become more aware of the need to save water. I witness, therefore, I have therefore set my hand and caused the great seal of the city of Groveland to be affixed on this date, April 6th, in the year of our Lord, 2026.
Thank you. And to accept, please come forward. Can we get a picture, please?
Both, you get that. Okay, Ashley first.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Bechtold, and I'm the Water Education Specialist for the City of Groveland. This year marks the 28th anniversary of April being recognized as Water Conservation Month in Florida. The Florida section of the American Water Works Association, in coordination with the state's water management districts and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, encourages local governments, including the City of Groveland, to adopt proclamations highlighting the importance of water conservation. The adoption of this proclamation, thank you, demonstrates the city's commitment to sustainable water management and the responsible stewardship of this water resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Now on to proclamation number 2, National Arbor Day. Vice Mayor.
Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas his holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that Keith Keogh, Mayor of the City of Groveland in the state of Florida, on behalf of the City of Groveland, do hereby proclaim April 24th, 2026 as National Arbor Day in the City of Groveland, and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. Further, we urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the hearts and promote the well-being of present and future generations. In witness thereof, Mayor Keogh has set his hand and caused the Great Seal of the City of Groveland to be affixed the 6th day of April in the year of our Lord, 2026.
Thank you. And we have accepting the proclamation for Arbor Day. TJ, yep. Next, a proclamation for November 4th, 2026, City of Groveland municipal elections. By the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Groveland, Florida, I hereby proclaim municipal elections of the City of Groveland, Florida to be held Tuesday, November 3rd, 2026, for the purpose of electing one mayor, 2 regular members of the City Council to fill a 4-year term beginning November 16th, 2026. If more than 2 candidates qualify for the district seat, then there shall be a primary election held August 18th, 2026. I do specify that the vacant offices of District 1 Mayor, District 3, and District 5 of the City of Council shall appear on the ballot as District 1 Mayor, District 3, and District 5. Qualifying begins at noon, Monday, June 8th, 2026, and ends noon, Friday, June 12th, 2026. In order to qualify, persons must be a registered voter, meet the city's residency requirement of 2 years prior to the first day of the qualifying period, and reside in the applicable district within the city. If potential candidates wishes to have the city election qualify fee of 1% of the annual salary waived due to undue burden, he or she must present to the city clerk a petition signed by 10% or more of the total registered voters of the city for the immediately preceding general election no later than before noon, May 11th, 2026. The petition signature forms required and regulations are available in the city website at www.groveland-fl.gov and the City of Groveland City Hall, located at 156 South Lake Avenue, Groveland, Florida, 34736. All parties interested in qualifying for this election may do so by contacting the city clerk's office at 352-730-9285 or 352-232-9057, or via email at virginia.wright@groveland-fl.gov to schedule an appointment. The appointment will be held at City Hall, 156 South Lake Avenue, Groveland, Florida, 34736. An application to qualify may be obtained on the city's website, www.groveland-florida.gov, by contacting the city clerk. All voting precincts will be open for this election. Witness my hand and seal of the City of Groveland, Florida, on this, the 6th day of April 2026. Signed, Keith Keogh. Thank you. Should I present this to the clerk now? On a roll. Okay, next we're excited to have a presentation from the our Youth Council, Youth Entrepreneurship Fair. Ashley, I think you're going to introduce our speakers.
Mayor, members of the council, Manager Maslow, thank you for the opportunity for our Youth Council to address you. This is very special. The Youth Council has been coming together for the better part of a year and a half, and they have been talking about having their end-of-year project that they want to put together. What's special about this is that it aligns with our strategic plan. So in communications, we are responsible for informed and engaged communities. That strategic priority is the rubric by which we determine the success of all the other priorities. Our strategic plan is a living document, and we want it to live on in the efforts of our students. So thank you for the opportunity to reflect your leadership back through their presentation. It is my honor to introduce to you our Youth Council President, Mr. Thomas Anderson.
Ladies, gentlemen, and members of the council, I'd like to thank you, Ms. Ashley, for my introduction. I am Thomas Anderson, the president of the Groveland Youth Council. And this is the project that we have been working on for the better half of the year. So,
Can you offer your address, please?
my address?
Yeah.
We work out of the Purrier building right here. our
Your home address. We have to
My
announce our
home
name and our
address.
home address. Uh-huh.
So while I do represent the Groveland City Youth Council, I live at 15508 Willett Court, Mascot, Florida. However, most of my day-to-day activities, going to school, where my parents work, that all occurs in Groveland. So I feel as though my position on the council is warranted.
It's quite all right. It's just a formality we have to go through.
All right. So let's get started. The purpose of this fair is to bring forth the youth entrepreneurs who live in our community. So that might be anyone from a photographer to a cosmetologist to a barber, a bunch of high school students who happen to also be entrepreneurs. We hope to bring them into this space right here, the Per Year building, for about 3 hours on a day in June. And the goal is to connect them with fellow mentors that are older entrepreneurs, people who have had a long time to master their craft, that sort of thing. And at the same time, we want to advertise their businesses to people who are in the community who might pass by the fair. So the educational goal of this program is, or of this fair, is to do as I just said. We're going to have other students who might not be doing entrepreneurial work. They might show up to see the event and see what their peers are doing and learn from their peers. As far as a community goal, it's going to align with Groveland's goal to help foster those entrepreneurs, those youth entrepreneurs who live in our area, and at the same time, it's going to allow for forward thinking for those youth entrepreneurs who live in this area. The economic goal would to be to foster those economic advancements in our community early, starting at the youth level, so that those entrepreneurs may stay in Groveland, build up their businesses in Groveland, and help boost Groveland's economy. And the inspirational goal is to help those students who might be more in the shell about the idea, more on the edge about the idea of starting a business. They might see their fellow peers as entrepreneurs and decide, I would like to do something of the sort. And last but not least, the goal is to network those entrepreneurs with mentors who might already own a business in the area and build that lasting relationship that will benefit both parties. So, what does this look like? Right now, as far as planning goes, we are in the planning process, which involves us going to reach out to those businesses who would be interested in mentoring those entrepreneurs. That is the phase that we're in right now. We're also going to finalize and secure our goal to have this event here in the Per Year building, and we are going to get ready for the marketing process, which comes next. That'll involve us advertising through multiple different avenues of advertisement, may that be social media, radio. It might also include us using posters and leaflets, going door to door, advertising about this event, specifically to Groveland students and families and entrepreneurs, but it's also an event that may spread out to, say, South Lake area. We also have the setup phase that comes a day or so before the event. We're looking at setting up the tables inside of here. We have minimal decorations, but we will be setting up some decorations. And then we have the event day, then we'll have the wrap-up following the event. So, let's talk money. What we are asking for is $300. The money for that goes into decorations and setup, so that includes us getting posters and a banner. It'll go to our advertising and promotion, so more posters, leaflets, door hangers, that sort of thing, and any other form of advertisement we might see necessary, and contingency funds for if we need to get other things that might show up as a cost before the entrepreneurship fair. So, why should the council approve of this event? This investment is going to have a little that we have to give. It's only a little that we have to give, but it's going to last long if all goes according to plan, which it will. It aligns with our city's values of helping out the students in our city become those well-rounded adults and helping those entrepreneurs grow their business. It leverages assets that we already have access to. We won't have to go to another building or an event venue to pay for one if we can use this building here, which will save us a lot of money, which would be great, so we don't have to worry about spending more money. It'll also build capital in the community by investing early into those entrepreneurs, as I've said before. It'll bring about measurable outcomes. We can measure those outcomes if that is something that the council would like to see, which I believe it is. So that is one of the things that we'll have ready for you guys. And it'll create a model that we can use over years. So, excuse me. So you might see in the future that we have our second or third, fourth, 10th, 20th annual entrepreneurship fair, in which we see students who show aptitude in business work, showing aptitude in doing their own craft, and bring it to advertise it to the general public. And that might be something that we will see in the future as a model that we can easily repeat over and over again. And there's little to no risk of any issues. There's barely any finances that we're worried about, and there's barely any operational risk. So with that, I would like to thank the members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to my proposition, and I hope to hear back from you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicely done. Moving on to the consent agenda. Jenny, would you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes. Consideration of approval, February 17th, 2026 council meeting minutes. February 19th, 2026 city council workshop minutes. February 26th, 2026 city council workshop minutes. March 2nd, 2026 city council meeting minutes. March 16th, 2026 city council meeting minutes. March 19th, 2026 city council workshop minutes. Appointment of Patricia Salas to serve as a member of the Ethics Advisory Committee. Resolution 2026-16, approving the voluntary cooperation and operational assistance mutual aid agreement between the City of Groveland, Florida and the City of Claremont. Resolution 2026-18, permanent easement and utility agreement by 19800 South O'Brien Road, owner LLC, in favor of the City of Groveland.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as read?
Move to accept.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment?
Yes, Gregory Ducey.
My name is Gregory Ducey. I live at 139 Harvest Gate Boulevard, Groveland, Florida. I'm here to attempt to get clarification and understanding of the record associated with my public comments on the 17th of February 2025 City Council meetings. I know that this is a summary on my comments, not a verbatim. Choice of words and the wording of the minutes could provide an incorrect perception to somebody reading it. On page 12 of the minute meetings, it states, quote, Gregory Ducey challenged the accuracy of an official city record, specifically disputing a staff memo claiming no appeal has been filed regarding the Palisade issue, end quote. The way this was worded, it makes me sound like I generally do not agree or have issues with the city council's official records. That's not true that I know of. I'm not sure what official records, plural, which accurately I challenged. I challenged a statement by Brett Jones on February 2nd, 2026's memo or email to the city attorney, which has an incorrect statement in it. Was this memo considered a staff memo? Because it came from Brett Jones, who's considered a subject expert or subject matter expert, or was it considered from Brett Jones as a lawyer and attorney for Palisades? I don't know. What makes it a staff memo? I thought it was just an informative memo which had an incorrect statement in it or premise, and by my public record, and in my mind a public record, when I think of a staff memo, I usually think of a memo that's from members of the staff about a staff issue, not just a memo that comes in or an email. So I don't know what made this a staff memo. I'd like to understand what made these situations like that, what made it a staff memo, and what considerations or statements I make that I'm against what's going on in the city. Please could provide that to me. Thank you very much for your time and information.
Thank you. Tim, can we get back with him? We'll amend the motion, pull the 17th. Who made the motion to pull the 17th until any corrections are gone through with
Of course, I'd be happy to
gentlemen?
do so, Mr. Mayor.
Can we amend your motion?
I would move to amend the motion to approve items B through I, and then postpone any determination on A until we can go over the minutes again.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any further public discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and take the roll.
Councilmember Slukowski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Jay Cox? Councilmember Carroll?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaines?
Aye.
Mayor Kehoe?
Aye. Moving on, there's no old business this evening. We have new business, consideration of approval, Resolution 2026-17, Bright Hill Turnpike Exchange Agreement. Mr. Maslow?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, very pleased to present with you all tonight a presentation based on a letter that I received from the Eisenhower Group, the developers of the Bright Hill development. This is north of the Turnpike, west of State Road 19. We've had about probably 12 to 18 months worth of planning exercises with the developer. This is a large-scale development that really embodies a lot of the values from our strategic plan. And we're excited about this. This is one of those infrastructure projects that not only will help our quality of life for our future residents in terms of connectivity, but really moves the needle in terms of getting more commercial up on that 27 and Turnpike corridor, which we know is one of the city council priorities. So if you go to the next slide, Mr. Craig, should depict, oh, I'm not sure if I have the remote over here. Bear with me. Just for members of the audience who might not be familiar with this development, where the number one is on the map, again, depicted just north of the Turnpike, west of State Road 19. This is the master concept plan. And as you can see, it's not just a series of residential developments, but it's also a collection of walkable, mixed-use villages, along with a village center that is primarily mixed use with most of the commercial, hospitality, employment center, and possibly medical uses to that area. This development isn't executed as strongly if the Turnpike interchange is aligned with State Road 19. Aligning it with O'Brien Road with a improved State Road 19, improved O'Brien Road, significantly helps drive most of this new population and new vehicular traffic toward O'Brien versus 19. So it does a lot for transportation and connectivity. But again, it sets the stage for some of the development and economic impact that you're seeing, say, in Mineola. Only we have a form-based code allowing for a little bit more of a mix of uses, bringing that traffic right into that mix of use, school, park sites, and again, commercial. To move forward with this, I'm seeking authorization from council to submit a letter to the Turnpike Enterprise to let them know that the Groveland would like to apply. This is something the developer cannot apply to alone. This requires the city's involvement. Here is a depiction and concept plan in terms of what that new Turnpike interchange would look like. I should note that there is no city funding going toward this project, at least as of now. Our approach is to work with the developer, very much aligned with the rest of the development we're seeing in that new development in terms of infrastructure investment, in having the developer essentially pay for that, or seeing some potential impact fee credits and things of the nature along the lines of parks impact fee credits, transportation impact fee credits potentially with the county. But again, this is a letter that I shared with council seeking authorization to submit that to the Turnpike Enterprise. Happy to answer any questions.
And just to add, because I was in the conversation with you too, that this is separate from the agreement of the whole complex. This is
Correct.
totally separate. It is not in any way connected, and they're doing this with or without the other project.
This really benefits the whole city in terms of a system. It's not necessarily just for the developer, although they're a part of it. But when we think of State Road 50, the realignment, State Road 19 now getting the PD&E study thanks to TJ and a lot of efforts up in Tallahassee from the public. And then you look at the next in line, which is the major improvement to the Turnpike interchange and the Turnpike itself. We're really creating an infrastructure network that's equipping Groveland to be really the next leg of economic development in Lake County.
Very good. Questions, Mr. Jaycox?
Mr. Maslow, how do we represent this as they're making themselves an exclusive little community up there, and it's only going to benefit them? So if someone said that to you, what would you respond to that?
If it was a gated subdivision and it led right into a gated subdivision with one way in, one way out, primarily residential, I could see that point. This is really for the public. Obviously, the Turnpike Enterprise will receive toll revenue from this project, but this is really setting the stage for a mix of uses, mostly with commercial and employment center opportunities. It's really going to benefit the whole city.
That was my only question.
Thank you. Steve? Amy Jo? No, and just to build on what you just said, this, all of us have dealt with when we want to go north, having to go 8 miles, and when we want to go south, and all this stuff. And really, when we talk about lighting the fuse for economic development along a corridor for commercial development along 27, where all of the traffic and everything should be, this will be we think will be the fuse that really gets that going. So I'll open it for public comment now.
Susan Ducey.
Hi, I'm Susan Ducey, 139 Harvest Gate Boulevard, Groveland, Mr. Mayor and Council. I wanted to speak to part of what was listed in the presentation, not that I'm against the turnpike or anything, but since it leads into the Bright Hill, and it sounded like we want to put some of make the city center in there as well. And I don't know if I misunderstood that, but if I did, are we going to have to pay the extra money for being in that group that the residents have to pay extra to live there? Well, if we have the city hall or whatever, the city center there, are we also going to have to pay that extra money for being in that community or not? And that's what it sounded like when I was reading through the presentation. So I may be mistaken on that, but it was a question as to who can use it once it's built. You know, do the businesses in there, do anybody that's in there have to pay the extra like the residents do? So that was it. Thank you.
Let me answer that the best I can. I have no idea. No, but there is a whole commercial center there. We have not bought into that becoming the city hall or anything, but a place for a hospital we've talked, a place for a lot of different amenities that the community needs out that way as a whole. And of course, that will be charged to them by the Bright Hill people and let the market determine whether people want to go there or not. But right now, we have nothing on the books to say the city hall is going to Bright Hill. Okay, thank you.
That's all.
Concludes, do I have a motion to accept 2026-17?
A motion to accept 2026-17.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, move forward.
Councilmember Carroll, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwatkowski.
Aye.
Councilmember Jaycox.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaines.
Aye.
Mayor Kehoe.
Aye. Well, let me bang on that one. That was a good one. Consideration of approval, Resolution 2026-15, approving the FDEP SRF Amendment 4 to the loan agreement WW350612 to extend the completion of design activities and revise various provisions in the loan agreement as required by law. Mr. T.J. Fish.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of council, the resolution before you is to extend an existing loan agreement that's been out there for quite some time. The state has given us a few different extensions on that one, and we honestly spent a lot of time vetting if we were really going to invest in a new hardened utilities operation center that would be basically a second smaller EOC that would be for staging our utilities team, housing our technology that runs our utilities monitoring system in a hardened building. So for those of you that may not be familiar with the public works facilities for utilities, we're in manufactured buildings, not the most resilient of structures in a storm event. So in the utility master plan that was adopted in 2022, many projects were put in there, most of which you know about. We haven't talked as much about the building because it literally got pushed to the back burner for a little while we focused on the Sampe facility, water treatment plant, water meters, and so forth. So with this one, it's unique. This particular agreement is a clean water loan, which means out of the sewer revenues and sewer impact fees. We also have a drinking water loan on this, and the state literally split it 50-50. It's a utilities operation building. You can pay for it half out of water, half out of sewer. And so this has been ongoing now. This is the 4th year of continuing design. And again, the first year and a half to 2 years, we literally left the Sampe location where we've decided to go ahead and commit to designing and building. We looked at several other city-owned locations, including here in the downtown area, of where a public works type utilities facility might fit in. Ultimately, because we enjoyed the opportunity to possibly receive some additional stormwater or resiliency money. We were concerned about Sampe Road, that it's tucked away, surrounded by wetlands or flood zones, I should say. And we thought, is it the smartest to put a hardened building that's got a lot of flood zone? But over time, we've come to the realization that we're elevating and fixing Sampe Road, and that's a long-term project. So I wanted to give you the background as to why we're even having to do a time extension, because this thing has been under design for a while. So with that said, what's happening with this particular resolution is the loan agreement for design only. This is just to engineer the site and pay the architect. It will extend it till February. And meanwhile, we've got the same process going on with our drinking water loan that'll be renewed in the future. And once we complete design, we'll come back to the council and talk to you about what we think the cost estimates for construction are and if the council is comfortable with moving to that next phase. But right now, we're still designing a site and designing a building to house utility operations.
Okay, thank you. Amy Jo, would you have any questions?
I just want to make sure I understand. You've been designing it for 4 years?
It's been in the design phase, and I'm going to be as transparent as staff can be. When you have multiple capital projects, including the wastewater plant, water treatment plant, water meters, limited staff bandwidth, this one kind of moved to the side. And part of the reason was we literally wanted to make sure, is there any other location in Groveland that we might want to put this building before we commit to Sampe? And the reason I say this is cities often make decisions to invest capital projects because they own the property. Well, is that the best site for this project? And ultimately, a very thorough vetting process, we've determined, yeah, this site will actually work.
So is it better to renew this, or is it better to set this aside and come back to it at a later date when we're actually ready to? Because I know we still have a lot going on, and we still have the same bandwidth. So are we going to actually have time to commit to this now, or would we be better off just waiting?
Great question. I would say now we're at a juncture where we're ready to continue and get this thing wrapped up. It was really that vetting process of are we or aren't, is this truly the right one? And do we have a plan for what we ultimately want to do with the roadway to and from the location? So we've done that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy Jo asked my questions.
TJ, the loan payment in the amount of $1.964 million due August 15th, 2027. So it's a lump sum payment?
No, those would be payments toward the loan that are on a quarterly basis. So right now, that's through the state revolving fund loan program, super low interest loans under 2%. And again, we're only doing the design phase so that we can come back with a construction cost estimate and workshop that with the council to make sure you're comfortable.
Okay, so the loan payments start in
After.
2027?
Yes.
Okay.
After we're 6 months after we complete design, and again, we're having to be creative. We're taking this half of the loan and then coupling it with drinking water loan money to get the entire design done.
Okay, that's the only question I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's the cost?
For
What's
the
the
total
cost?
project,
Yeah,
he was able to cite it. That's the total for the design as a whole.
that's design in, so what are we committing to on design right now?
So far as what we've charged to the loan, approximately $900,000, I believe, was the number that we've charged thus far in civil engineering and architectural services. We're at a point now, we're far enough along, we're ready. We're ready to wrap it up this year.
And where is this in the budget, your budget for this year?
It is.
Okay.
Yep.
And this payment comes out of your enterprise?
That's correct. It's out of the enterprise fund, so between water and sewer revenues, that'll eventually turn into debt service after completion.
Look me in the eye and tell me this is the best place, or is there a better place?
After all the work that we did, including a lot of geotechnical work here in our downtown properties, I learned a lot about what we're working with. And we think now that we have a plan for Sampy Road, we're good with this, that we own it outright. It's right there with the water plant and the sewer plant. Makes a lot of sense. And it's just around the corner from our public safety EOC. So we really get the benefit of two mobilization sites right there close together.
Without violating the DNR, we have a ongoing talk to do something with that brown field all the way back. You know what I'm talking about? We have a company that's involved in medical. That, and that was a, does this?
It does not include that.
That does not
Separate,
include this?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
How do you determine which project comes first? How do we prioritize these projects that we have? It's like, I like to know what comes first, the chicken or the egg. So you have all of these projects. What moves one above the other?
Great question, Vice Mayor. Usually need. So we absolutely prioritize the getting to construction of the Sampy wastewater treatment plant for two reasons. One is we were running out of capacity, and the second reason was it's an older plant that needed to be modernized for our own existing customers. So right now, everything's moving into construction. This is the only project that, because of us looking at multiple sites first, this is the only one still in design that was part of that menu of projects from the utility master plan that was adopted in 2022. So this is the final design project, and it will be ready for construction as early as next year.
And there was no appetite for, if we have a new city hall, having everybody together in the new city hall? And if so, would this money be used for that, or does it need to be a separate facility?
We talked about that at one point, probably a couple years ago, but it's mostly determined that the type of use and the amount of storage space needed for public works types vehicles didn't really mingle much with the city hall, especially at the time we were looking at either in the downtown, of course, near small businesses, having ample space for parking for the public, and having space taken up by large mobility and large trucks and materials just didn't seem like the most attractive use right smack dab in the middle of the downtown. This site with Sampi is close to existing operations, but it's close to downtown, but it's not immediate there. It's kind of tucked away and buffered, and it's not going to be, subject to code compliance issues or unsightly materials and things of that nature for the downtown.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the council? No? Any from the public? We have no questions from the public. Can we have a motion to accept 2026-15?
A motion to accept Resolution 2026-15 as written.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and take the roll, please.
Councilmember Jay Cox, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Gaines?
Aye.
Councilmember Carroll? Councilmember Szulkowski?
Aye.
Mayor Kehoe?
Aye. Number 3, discussion direction proposal to review and redraw city voting districts consistent with Florida law. And that would be?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm not sure. I know this was an item brought to you from Anita. I know Sandy is stepping into place for her tonight. Sandy, if you're comfortable, you could take it, or
Sure,
if you need my help, let me know.
I've looked at the agenda item. Anita's recommendation was pursuant to state statute that you redraw the districts, or at least do the underlying work to see if they need to be redrawn. And you went out and originally she proposed the company that had done it previously, but council asked to get a second bid. And so you have in front of you tonight 2 bids to do this work, one from GAI Community Solutions Group and one from LPG Land Planning Group. And both bids are relatively close, within $160 of each other.
As I remember, our last, when we had this at a workshop, we only had one proposal and we asked for a second proposal. There was also a question on rooftops versus population, how it was going to be done, and those firms were going to let us know if it was going to be a rooftop calculation or a population.
I believe it's a population calculation that is made, yes.
Okay, so we have both proposals, and this is just discussion. We'll have to ask to put this on the agenda to be voted on at the next meeting, correct, interim city manager? We can't vote on it tonight because it's not an item.
Discussion and direction, I would defer to Mr. Sandy if direction allows council to move forward with it tonight. Should they please, or?
Well, I think Anita's been consistent. If it was only put on for discussion only, that it should be put back on the next council as advertised.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Okay, questions, Vice Mayor?
There are so many things that come through that I cannot remember if this was one specifically that I talked about. But I talked about doing market research. And what that looked like was having market research. You generally have like 3 companies. So we have here tonight 2 companies. I would like to see an additional company contacted. And when we do these considerations, I don't know who, if it's the procurement person or who, but when we make these decisions, and if you interview or have someone interview the people, I'd like to know what that looks like. Do you pull somebody from personnel as well as the water department? Do you pull someone from finance? How do you select the members that go in
and even interview these people after they have done their proposal? Is it, well, I like you because you got red hair, and this one has brown hair? I'm being very serious. Do you interview them? Are there weighted guidelines such as their VRA qualities? You know, I think that there's been 2 that have been submitted. One is like $200 or $300 more. So do you go for the low one, or do you go for best value? I would like to know what that criteria is, because the bottom line is, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. So I would like further clarification, and I would like to see at least one more person considered for the redistricting.
Can I add to that? Can we get a person who doesn't have a relationship with the city? Because GAI does our
CRA.
Yeah, their CRA, and the other company did it for us, but can we just get a company that's unaffiliated entirely? That's all.
We could explore some more options that the council would like to see, of course. We could work to bring that back to the April 20th. If we're able to get another proposal on time, I'd imagine it will be comparable to that 11,000 ballpark. And we typically do RFPs, Madam Vice Mayor, typically for a price point around 11,000. We like to get either 2 or 3 different bid options. It's not done through a formal request for proposal process where we have a committee and they review several proposals and look at different weighting criteria, but we would look at the council's discretion for this item.
And all I'm asking is, I would be very interested as to what criteria do you have to be on the committee? Is it because you come to work every Monday and take off every Friday? Or what would allow people in-house to be on this committee? That's what is the criteria?
I think my concern is different than Barbara's, although we both want the same end result, to look at more companies. My concern is more about the optics of it. Like, we're using someone with such a close relationship to the city, and they're supposed to be completely impartial, and that's a concern. I don't think that this, for this particular item, is the right way to go. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Jaycox?
I have a couple questions. When was the ordinance established for the present district map?
I'm guesstimating I know the redistricting was done probably 2 to 3 years ago, but I can't specify an exact date.
Well, in the information that you gave us, it says it's usually done every 10 years after the census. So this is year 7, and if it was done after the census of 2020, why are we doing it before the census of 2030?
I think I can answer that on the memo that Anita sent to you on January 7th. She cited Florida Statute 166.0321, which was passed by the legislature, which requires municipalities to go ahead and keep them equal and not to wait for the 10 years because of the growth that's happened in some of our cities. So normally, up until that time, it was right. Typically, you only redistricted after the 10-year census, but this statute now requires the city to look at it to see if you need to redistrict.
It says each municipality shall from time to time fix the boundaries of its districts.
Right. So to keep them equal, and so if you don't count, you won't know if they are way out of balance. So this work is really just counting how many people are in each of your districts now to see if there's a very big imbalance in population.
I'm trying not to do this, twice in a 10-year period. You're telling me I have to. I don't see that in this law. It says to keep everything equal, but it says time to time. So the council can set the time that we do it. And the law really doesn't tell us when we have to do it at all. It's just been a general thing that we've done it after the census. So when you're asking us to do it, how far are we over the number of the census? How much of it has it changed? And how do you know it's changed?
I can,
think the mayor
maybe
wants to
I
speak.
can bring some clarity. This was first brought up by the last council, and we were to redistrict right now, but we missed it because we didn't get the proposals until January, and the date to do it had to be done between November and February. So we were out, so we said, let's do it again. The problem and we should have that for the next presentation, when you put up the number of voters in each district, we're very unbalanced. Very unbalanced. We've had a heck of a lot of development in certain districts, and other ones haven't come along. And then there was also the fact that last time I was sitting out there, but I think it was 5 years ago when we did it before, after the census, but we used rooftops. Instead of actual numbers of people to redistrict. And so in some areas you have only 2 people in houses all over, and other ones you have 12 people. And that whole debate came from the last council, I'm sorry. But that you were involved in that. And we said, to be fair, so there's equal representation across the city, that we need to go ahead and take a look at redistricting, because really, really weighted like thousands in some districts over other districts. So,
Okay. Basically, we're going to pay somebody $11,000 to tell us free information, because Lake County has all the numbers of how many voters we have in the city of Groveland. And what do we need a consultant to tell us that here are the numbers that they got from Lake County for free, and now we're going to pay $11,000 for it?
Well, I'll answer that as honestly as I can. Tell you why I would want a consultant is because it can be very, in a perfect world, every politician would do everything right. In an imperfect world, people would debate whether there was gerrymandering going on with the different boundaries to make sure I got reelected, or you got reelected, or somebody else got reelected. And that's, we've seen that in the news. I mean, it's a heavy-duty thing right now, and having a third party draw those and make sure that we're not in conflict, it protects us.
Okay,
as,
so you
council
want to
members.
protect the council. Then I'm with Amy's idea that we're using 2 consultants that we've used a lot. So I think we should just toss them out and find different consultants to give us this information.
Well, maybe not disagree with tossing them out, but I think we need more. We need more proposals of people that haven't been involved to get new eyes on it. We'll be talking about new eyes more in a little while, but you're right. And I think that's what they come for, direction. We're in a state of handing off things, and the new direction would be more and population and things that are in the minutes from the last time that are clearly stated that we wanted to make sure that we had this time around.
So I think we should be directing Mr. Maslow to come back with at least 2 more consultant firms to bid on this, instead of just 1.
Ask for consensus.
So can we get a consent to do that? To instruct Mr.
Sure.
Maslow to get 2 more firms?
I'll go with that. That's fine.
Okay,
More.
there you go.
So instructed.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Steve?
No, just to touch on what the mayor had mentioned, because coming into the process and getting elected, I reviewed some of the data, and it is very outbalanced right now. And I know, like, my district, and I think possibly Amy Jo's or someone's, has double of what another district would have. And you may have a single-family home in Trinity Lakes that has 7 people living in it, and then one in Trilogy that may have 2 people living in it. And then for the quote, I believe, just from reading the GAI, they wouldn't just for the 11,000 give us the numbers, they would, and then we'd give direction, but then they would also do the task if we direct them to actually draw the maps and then finalize the maps and then come to 2 council meetings. So for that 11,000, it includes pulling all the data, presenting it, and then drafting the maps and doing all of that. I'm all good with getting 2 other quotes. I do like the detail, if you want to let the other companies know, that GAI did, and then not so much the other company that was like a 1-pager of like, we're just going to do what you ask, and that's all the detail that they gave, so. Yeah.
Okay, Barbara?
No
We
comment.
done? We're done? Okay. Any public comment?
Yes, Chris Walker. Okay. Tim Laux. Yep.
Tim Laux, 623 Neptune Drive, Groveland. I understand you're talking about doing the preliminary count to make sure the districts are in balance. It's kind of hard to pull that information out of that conversation you just had. And there's a concern about using the same company over and over again. The problem is there's not a lot of companies out there that do this. And Mr. Jaycox made a point. Yes, we can count the rooftops, but we can't count the people in the houses. And that's a problem. You're going to need a census to do that. And the census isn't due for 3 years. Then in reality, I think the council should consider waiting until the census is completed, because you're trying to you're spending $11,000 in taxpayer money to do a census that couldn't possibly be accurate, or to do a count, it couldn't be accurate because you don't have a current census. So my recommendation is wait and do it when you're supposed to do it and when you can get the accurate count of the people that are in the homes. If you're going to use that method, if you're going to use rooftops, you can do it off GIS. I mean, this city just loves to spend taxpayers' money. I've sat and watched this happen. And guys, we're paying for it and we're getting a little tired of it. You know, use the money wisely. And doing this is futile because you're going to end up going right back and you're going to have an inaccurate count whenever you do redistrict it. So that's my advice or suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. All comment closed now. So we have a motion to accept. Oh, nothing. The discussion is closed.
For additional quotes.
Discussion is closed. On to the next item, discussion for hiring of the city attorney. Oh, excuse me, third-party legal review of Palisades HOA land use matter. Mr. Maslow?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as you may recall, with a lot of confusion around the Palisades, future land use, rezoning, code compliance cases, special exception, bringing that to the council multiple times, having a range of different conflicts and opinions, and some generally just confusion on the matter. It was recommended that we get a third-party legal review of the property and the cases. Mr. Rossi Carver provided 3 different quotes that should be a part of your packet. Estimated budget around $10,000 to $15,000 for this analysis. You have 3 different firms. First is Gray Robinson. Second is Roper Townsend, Suffolk attorneys at law. Shepard Smith, Hand and Brackens. So with that, we open it to any questions you may have.
What would be our process to move forward? Are they going to come and present, or we have the firms? Are they going to present, or what is our process to move forward to determine?
If the council would like to see presentations before they make a selection of the firms, we'd be happy to arrange that.
All I've seen is that there might have been a conflict from one of the 3, but the other ones weren't very detailed, and we'd love to probably have a little background on what they do and how they do it.
Happy to do so. Conflict of interest is always a concern. Bringing in a true third party is really what the chore is. So if there's any firms that we want to eliminate or add, very similar to the last item, staff is happy to receive additional direction from council so that when you do make a decision, you're very confident in who you're selecting.
Mr. Mayor, here again, we're looking to spend $15,000 because we didn't want our own city attorney to review this information because she was involved with all the decisions that were made, what was going on, considering that she's now resigning and we're going to be putting a temporary in there, can't we just have that person review it? Because they really are going to be an independent party just like everybody else. So they're going to be employed by us. I think we should just table this and wait till the interim attorney sits there and says, here, review this, tell us if we did it right.
I'll go back to, we have to have the selection process. We still haven't, that's the same process. So you're right. I mean, I agree with you, but further discussion, Mr. Steve?
I would just eliminate the one that has the pre-existing relationship with Groveland and then just pick between the other two. Because I think it's important that we have, I don't mind going your route, whichever way is the fastest way that we can have an independent review, because I believe we all supported that and kind of getting closure on this and moving from it. So I would just eliminate the one and then just choose between the other two.
While we're in discussion, and Tim, you might want to bring this up, because I received a contract from an attorney firm today. You and I had talked about maybe we need an interim because we have somebody leaving and somebody staying. And I think that has to come before the whole group. We can't sign contracts, but
Correct.
Should we add that group was not part of the three that was on this? Because I think it's a valid point. If we're going to go ahead and get somebody new in now, which we need somebody new in now, that maybe we have that as our focus and move forward with that conflict. I think it was Fish Banks or somebody like that.
Fishback Dominic.
Yeah.
That could provide some additional continuity by way of them being new and interim. You're having essentially a new attorney in legal service look at the case, and that might save some time and money. Again, it's the council's discretion.
Should we just move this item after 5 and then see if we choose a company to at least do the interim and then come back to, because this might be moot.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
When did we decide on the interim attorney?
We haven't yet. It's the next.
Okay.
It's the next item.
Okay. I'm easily confused, and I thought maybe something happened and I wasn't tuned in. Okay.
So right now, we're going to bring item 5 into the discussion and hiring a city attorney and where we stand on that. Mr. Maslow, you want to bring us up to date?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you all received by now, Ms. Drosy Carter provided her resignation letter. She does resign effective at the end of this month. The city attorney, of course, reports to the city council, and that's a direct line, no line actually to the city manager. That goes between city council and the city attorney. This is a key component of our team, even though it's a non-staff member. As you understand, city attorney not only comes and attends your city council meetings, they're involved in day-to-day operations, providing legal advice still to city staff, along with deep involvement in development review process. My recommendation is that an RFP, while casting a wide net, giving you a lot of options to look at a long-term firm or an in-house service, that could take time. When I look at the calendar, I'm looking at tonight, and I'm looking at April 16th, and then April 20th is your next council meeting to actually take action prior to that resignation. My recommendation to the council is to explore an interim solution so that you have some crossover between the existing city attorney and the new service. That way, it achieves two different things. It helps continuity of operations, reducing risk for existing customers who rely on legal services with the city, and then that gives council more time to make a more confident selection on a long-term choice of if that's a legal firm providing city attorney services or if that's an in-house staff member or staff members. I don't think council making a decision in that short amount of time for a long-term decision is the best move. That's why I think the interim solution is the best choice. We did receive a proposal from Fishback Dominic. Again, staff hasn't had full time to vet that option. This is a discussion and direction only item tonight, but I would recommend taking this item back to the April 20th, or perhaps scheduling a special meeting if council wants to do that to expedite the process for an interim position once you have time to vet those options.
Hey, Joe, questions?
I think it's wise to move forward with an interim. I want to take our time in selecting a new city attorney. So obviously, I think we'll need somebody sooner than later. Whether we do that at April 20th meeting or in next Monday, I guess that's up to you.
It's great that if we decide to move with an interim attorney, my concern is the process in which we acquire an interim attorney. What is going to be the process so that John Q. attorney in the area or out of the area, how is that going to be used so that we get a good cross-selection of attorneys to consider?
Can I break into that? I think it's our decision. This isn't a staff. This person directly reports to the council, and we can write out what that would be, what that criteria would be, what the scope of the business would be, and all that. And that's going to take a little bit of time.
For the interim?
For the interim, no. But the interim, and I want, in full transparency, we had a strong discussion about this, Mr. Maslow and I, about who can we get in here immediately that has some knowledge of what's going on within the city and has done some of our projects that we farmed out. We're in my opinion only, we're in a state where we have our legal counsel leaving within 24 days, and there's exposure there. There's exposure to them, and there's exposure to us in this last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and we need to make sure that we have a good handoff. And so we very pointedly said, you know, let's bring this, let's go. I asked Mr. Maslow, go get Fishburne, because they have done a lot of work outside of, outside of things on getting some of our stuff through for our city. And I thought that was a logical place to start, and I just wanted to be transparent about that. Name came out of the reason for this interim, to get somebody in here within the next couple weeks to make sure we have a smooth handoff and there's not exposure to anybody.
Okay, who is this Fishburne, and where did they come from?
Fishback Dominic is a local firm. They're based out of Winter Park. They've represented the city of Winter Park, the city of Winter Garden, and the city of Coe for a number of years. They have a good reputation. In terms of continuity, they understand our code. In terms of land development code, our future land use and community development code, they were heavily involved in that process back in 2019 to 2020. They are a group rather than one individual. And sometimes when you have one individual, there's only so much that person could do. When you have several, just in case someone is out sick, or if someone's on vacation, the other person is able to step in. They also, by way of representing a lot of additional firms, they could pull from each other in different ideas. I would in no way mistake this for your long-term city attorney. This is something just to provide counsel and not only staff, but our customers continuity of services, so that you as a council are not making a rushed decision, and you could have a very intentional RFP process where you're selecting the firm that you think is going to be best for the city council and the city long-term.
Is there a scope of work of what they would be doing?
They've submitted something, and again, in all honesty, I have not had time to vet that, but I would like to share that with council so that you could review that at your April 16th workshop, have some time with it, and then ultimately make a decision at your April 20th meeting. That would give you 2 weeks from tonight.
And add another sentence to that. We can put in, if we have scope that we would like to see in that, rather than them telling us what they're going to do, we should tell them what we want done. So scope should be handed in if we have input to Mr. Maslow prior to that meeting, so we could all see it.
Yeah, I agree with what the mayor said and what the vice mayor said. I do want a robust search to happen, an RFP. Selfishly, being on the council for only a few months, having worked with Anita, I understand kind of what it is like having an attorney that is kind of a one-person shop. So I would like, if we could do the Fishbach contract in the interim, and we would actually get to see what it is like using a company that has several attorneys. And each one will have drawbacks, but I don't want the bottleneck that I've heard from different residents, especially commercial folks that are trying to come in on waiting for different things. I'm wondering if having a firm that has several attorneys that can easily pass around things when, you know, they're out on vacation or different issues are happening. So my direction, my one vote would be for using the company that's recommended by Tim and that the mayor had mentioned in the very interim. And then so we have no gap in service, and then we do a robust search, and we can at least find out what it is like having, you know, an attorney that represents a firm that has multiple attorneys that we can use.
I'm going to, channel Ms. Gaines and say date certain, that we need to have a date certain that we're going to have RFPs to decide on the non-interim. But as far as the interim, can we just do a consensus to direct Mr. Maslow to get an interim person in here?
I think once again, you have to have it on the agenda in order to do that, but there is plenty of time to do that before Anita leaves. So if you wanted to bring it back at your next meeting, put it on the agenda, you could do that.
Well, you're talking May 4th is the earliest we could get two decisions on something. That's one. You got to have the two readings or no? Just one? Just one? Okay. So yeah, we can get it done by that. So I'm in agreement with bringing in the temporary, why we have a date certain RFP selection for it. So I don't know, what would 3 months be too much to say? That we have an RFP out by 3 months and looking at firms?
Set it at that, and then we can always come back and look at it. Okay. So where we are right now, help me understand where we are right now. We're going to get the contract out to everybody that was sent. Did you get it? Because I know I didn't see who was copied on it from those people.
We all got it.
Did we all get it? So if there's any input from that, we should get it to Mr. Maslow immediately so that we can talk to them and make sure that everything is clear, crystal clear. Because it's the game of the week when we come back on the 20th. There can't be any more changes. We've got to make sure that we all agree. And we can't talk to each other, so you got to talk to him and make sure we all agree.
Call me or contact me if you have any feedback.
And that would give enough time if we all are back and we're approving it by the 20th. That would give about 2 weeks of overlap.
Roughly.
Is that adequate?
And that's ideal to have some overlap so we could smoothly pass the baton rather than having no legal services for an amount of time.
Well, I also understand that Anita's not planning on turning off her phone and moving out of town, so I'm sure, and I think her letter indicated, she'd be more than willing to work with whomever you bring in on an interim basis.
Thank you. So we've got direction, clear direction. And
Proceed.
then there was a
Thank you.
consensus for 90 days on the RFP.
Consensus, absolutely, yeah.
Everybody in on 90 days? Okay, and we have consensus to put a 90-day on that. timeline?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is, I should remind you, this is also on your workshop agenda coming up on the 16th to talk more about that RFP process so we could get some input and possibly move even sooner than that 90 days.
All right, moving on then. Now we're down to 7.
No, we're going to go back to 4.
Oh, we're going back to 4? So we're going to have consensus that we'll use the new firm
Mayor
because
Kehoe.
they'll be here?
We have to have public comment on number 5.
Oh, I apologize. Oh,
Chris Walker?
didn't know there was comments on discussion.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chris Walker, 304 Irvin Bend Drive. Just a couple of things as you are preparing to select a city attorney. First of all, I am elated that Ms. Garasi Carver has decided to resign because you need a city attorney that is for the council, not personal agendas. You need a city attorney that is not going to overcharge you for every little thing that you do. Make sure that when you're selecting the next city attorney, that you are looking at the size of the city of Groveland. I don't necessarily agree with a firm unless you can convince the taxpayers who actually are going to foot the bill that a firm which is going to cost you more for a little city called Groveland. So the notion that if somebody's going to be out, we need somebody to stand in. I think every time Anita was out, she had somebody stand in. It's not difficult to do as she did tonight. So the notion that we need a firm, which will cost us probably more money when you're talking about a firm. So keep that in mind as you are looking at attorneys. Because $284,000 that you gave that city attorney for part-time work is absolutely ridiculous. You owe it to us. All of you ran on city councils. I got all of y'all's flyers. I've seen all your flyers, what you ran for, and you wanted to be on this council because you said you're going to do something different than your predecessors did. Now is the time for you to prove it by making good decisions, by looking at everything, vetting everybody, making sure you're bidding out every contract, and let's not continue to roll over the same people that's been here since their grandmother was here, and their grandfather had the contract, and their cousin had the contract. It's time to look at other people that are not connected to other people in Groveland, because this is what has been happening for such a long time. And so I'm for one, is going to hold every last one of you accountable for what you ran on. So when you're making your decisions, make sure you think about what you said on your postcards, because we need a city attorney that's going to be for the city and not do backdoor deals with staff to try to sabotage council members or the mayor. And please, y'all work together too. Let's not sabotage each other and do all this backdoor stuff. That's what the last council did for 20 years. We need to work together. You guys are co-workers together, and you need to work together and not do all this side store stuff that's going on, that's floating in the community. Don't think that what is happening isn't in the community. It is. So we need y'all to play nice in the sandbox, get stuff done that the city of Groveland needs to be done. I'm glad that the city attorney will finally report to the council, because that's not what happened the last time. She was reporting to your city manager, and the council had no authority. And so make sure that when you get a city attorney, that they know who their boss is, and not just someone that the last council gave all the power to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Loucks.
Tim Laux, 623 Neptune Drive. It's kind of hard to follow, Chris. Chris does an excellent job. City attorney's got one job. One job is to make sure that this city operates within the laws. That's it, no more, no less. Somehow our city attorney, or previous one, got turned into an advisor for council members, city managers, for staff members that didn't know exactly what decision to make. As long as it's within the law, it's within the law. But I want to caution you on some of these large firms. I think Mr. Jaycox or someone mentioned, it can be passed on and on. Normally the way they do that, they assign one attorney to a city, and if he's out for whatever reason, they'll send a replacement. The more hands that you get involved in making a decision in an attorney's office, every one that touches that piece of paper is going to charge you. I deal with a lot of attorneys every day, and some of the bills you see are horrendous. They charge you for, every single thing. So if you go with one of the larger firms, yes, you're going to have an attorney here from that firm, then you're going to have a paralegal, they're going to read it and review it, then you're going to have someone under them, and then you're going to have somebody, and everybody that touches that is going to charge. Look at their rate schedules. It'll break it down for you. Each firm calls it a little something different. It'll break it down for you, and trust me, they keep really good track of it. Attorneys have a tendency to keep very good track of billing, but not so much track of their clients. A previous attorney, yes, she did come from a long history of Groveland. The time I was on the council, I felt she served us relatively well. We had some disagreements on some of the decisions that were made, but a lot of times a counselor, anyone, when they ask an attorney something, they've already got their mindset of the answer they want to hear, and then the attorney gives them a different answer, and now they don't like them anymore. Unfortunately, the law is the law. I think we just experienced that in Washington with Ms. Bondi. Didn't give Mr. Trump the correct answer, so he fired him, but that's typical, and that's how it works. So you need to definitely have an attorney in here that is hard and cold and reads the law and reads it to the council, and if the council doesn't understand it, he can explain it to them in a way they can. There's no bending it, because what happens when you bend it, you end up getting sued. And we end up paying for it. And really, we're tired of paying for lawsuits. I think we're paying for a bunch more right now. We'd probably lower our tax rate if we quit suing each other in this city, and we wouldn't need attorneys for that kind of business. But that's my advice. Just be careful. If you're going to use a big firm, I would recommend getting a fixed rate, not an hourly rate. You'll see your attorneys. So we thought we were paying our last city attorney a lot, about triple that on these big firms, because that's exactly what happens with them. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the gentleman who spoke jogged my memory, and I thought we talked about having HR come up with numbers of how much it would cost for an in-house counsel and a staff to help them. So I think we should also direct Mr. Maslow to have HR come up with in-house counsel numbers.
I think that's on the agenda, and
Part of the analysis of the April 16th workshop to review that? Discussion only at the workshop, of course.
correct. So I'm a little confused. We're back on 4 now. We're back on 4.
Palisades, correct.
The Palisades HOA, and I think the question before, if somebody wants to put it out, we'll go ahead and use this new firm rather than hiring another group, another third party. I think part of that conversation, so do you want to?
Yeah, based on what we just had and that we all agreed to have an interim, I believe that since that interim is a independent third party, we should just use them.
Agreement? Ms. Gaines, agreement?
Oh, we still go. Okay. I don't agree.
I agree.
Nay.
It's okay, so we have that direction, okay?
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, hiring of a chief financial officer. Oh,
That I have, Mr.
we
Dio.
I'm puzzled, because usually on discussion, we don't have the comment.
At the
but,
workshops,
let's go ahead and do we have discussion on item 4?
Susan Ducey.
Susan Ducey, 139 Harvest Gate Boulevard, Groveland, Florida. Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm here to talk about hiring somebody to mediate. Mr. Maslow says that there was confusion, and so we needed to have a third party. But I have to say that the confusion was not on the part of Greg and Susan Ducey and Alan Joyce. We presented accurate information of what was happening in this situation. And if there was any confusion, it was only with Brett Jones and the Palisades people, because we weren't confused. We told you what was out there and how it was. And now to see that it's $10,000 to $15,000, I looked at that and went, okay, wow, do we have to do this now anytime we as residents don't want a change like that Palisades would have done and how it would have ruined our neighborhood? So anytime people like us who come before you with information that is conflicting with the information of the person presenting, and are we going to be spending $10,000 to $15,000 for an attorney for every time the people in the city don't want a project to go through? You know, I want it done. I don't think anybody wants it more done than those of us who've spent a year now going through the information, presenting the information, coming to meetings, and giving you what you need, that we don't need to really start hiring. I don't know what the precedent is for that we just start hiring $10,000 to $15,000 attorneys if a project comes up and the residents don't want it, because that's not, I don't know, that just isn't right to me. It doesn't sound right to me. So I would just say, you know, you have the information, you know what to do, and I don't think we really should spend any more time on this, because this is just, it's getting out of hand. And to spend $15,000 when you already have all the information that you need to make the correct decision, I would prefer that you would just do that, make the decision based on the accurate information that you received from Alan Joyce and Greg and Susan Ducey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Joyce.
My name is Alan Joyce. I live in Groveland's Utility District, and my address is protected. The following is my opinions. I thank you for your attention to this matter, and I have these comments on the third-party attorney issue. First, the purpose of having someone sign an affidavit is to have that person take legal responsibility for the truth and accuracy of the information they provided. In this case, Palisades and their legal representatives signed an affidavit nearly 1 year ago stating that the existing land use and zoning was a PUD. That was not correct. The land use and zoning was designated conservation, not a PUD. An affidavit is a sworn statement made under oath and carries the same weight as testimony. That means Palisades' application was based on false information, inaccurate information, and they certified it was true. They also signed the affidavit saying their fees are non-refundable. They signed it. I think it is a fair question for the council to consider. If Palisades had truthfully and accurately stated that the existing land use and zoning was conservation, would the council have voted yes without further investigation and consultation? I think conservation is a big issue. The original sin was that Palisades and their attorney gave you misleading information, attested to it in an affidavit, And they also signed that their fees are non-refundable. And now they are turning to you and saying the city was wrong, when in fact the whole debacle was based on Palisades and their attorney signing an affidavit falsely certifying the land use and zoning was a PUD. I have the copy of it right here. Nothing prevents you from tabling this item and saving $15,000. You could say this property was designated conservation in the city's future land use map before Palisades ever bought it. True. You could say Palisades on May 19th, 2025 signed an affidavit certifying that the land use and zoning was a PUD, when in fact it was conservation. True. You could say that you do not support changing conservation at this location. You could say that you believe the future land use map and the comp plan should be upheld at this location. If you are inclined to move forward with a third-party attorney, then I have the following concerns. Can that attorney sign an affidavit that they have no personal business or whatever relationship with Palisades, Brett Jones, their attorneys, or the Groveland? I did not see a scope of work in tonight's agenda packet. However, Attorney Heather Ramos, one of the firms that submitted, she did say she would interview city staff to get a better understanding of the matter. To build trust, transparency, with the public, please ask us also what we think about the matter, not just the city staff. I suggest the scope of work would include meet for 2 hours with the opposing residents to review their concerns and evidence on this matter. To ask why wasn't the abandoned non-conforming structure code followed on day one when Tim Maslow met with Palisades before the application was ever submitted. Under that code, the structure would not have met current building standards, which would be impossible for the following reasons. It sits in a conservation zone. It sits in a flood zone. It sits in a shoreline protection zone. Its foundation is not at least 18 inches above the base flood elevation. Its foundation is not at least 8 inches above finished grade. To review that when we met with Tim Maslow in November 20th of 2025, before your December approval meeting, I raised these concerns at that meeting. The property showed as conservation on the future land use map. The property was an abandoned structure and non-conforming code should apply for termination. The property was in a flood zone. Tim's response was, the map has issues. We will address those issues after the council votes. And look where you're at. The attorney should also ask the following. Is it true that the property was deemed conservation on the future land use map before Palisades bought the land from Groveland? Why did Tim ignore the future land use map that he himself drafted and helped drafted, and he mailed it to the state before the Palisades debacle ever happened? Why did Alan have to search and find the official land use map at the state office in Tallahassee and show that Tim personally handled this item and his signature was on the state memo? Does Palisades bear responsibility for submitting an inaccurate application but certifying that all the information was true? I'm going to skip along, but the minor lot split should also be something that just voided. Let the attorney issue and all that just die, table it. Enough is enough. But the minor lot split should be voided because it's conservation. It should have never happened. Information was withheld from you, and that is a shame. And also the structure, use, abandonment. The city attorney and the city manager didn't want to talk about that code. They wanted to say use, not structure. That was wrong. They withheld information from you. I'll submit the scope of work, other questions I have in here to the clerk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tim Laux.
Tim Laux, 63 Neptune Drive. Based on what I just heard, you got a land dispute problem. Simple. One saying it's PUD, one saying it's conservation. The gentleman before, my recommendation on this particular item would be to table it under the table. It shouldn't be hard to figure out what the land use is. Mr. Maslow should be able to figure it out. I could figure that out in about 15 minutes, save you $15,000, wouldn't charge you a penny. So I don't understand why the city is hiring an outside attorney, spending $15,000 of tax money to resolve an issue that doesn't need resolved. Is anybody suing anybody? Mayor, do you know? Or is the city suing them? Are they suing us? Or who's suing who? Do we need to
This will end up in court.
Yeah, do we need to defend ourselves against a lawsuit?
I think we would need to know what the law says, not what people say, and I agree with a lot that's been said here tonight, but as it comes down to it, where's the law? Where does it come? We had a stake in this whole debacle ourselves.
Yeah, I know.
And then we have two sides, so we have three parties. And right now, we resolved it by saying this new firm that's coming in will take care of it, so we'll take that $15,000 off. But believe me, I don't think anybody on this, I can't vote for them, but I wouldn't want to go in to any kind of deal without knowing exactly what the law says. We've got 3 attorneys and we got 3 opinions. We need to figure out which one is the right, is what we want to back. So.
Yeah, I understand. What I would recommend you do is when you get an interim city attorney, let them go through it, save the money. If we still end up in litigation over it, turn it over to your insurance company, as we do all our lawsuits, and let them settle it. But I don't particularly want any of my tax dollars spent on this. I seriously don't, because we've got enough professionals in this city that can resolve this issue without getting another opinion after we got 3 that can't agree with each other. And if they can't, a 4th one's not going to make any difference. You're going to end up with an administrative judge deciding the truth. So say get an interim city attorney, let them look at whatever's going on. I'm quite sure it's a mess. And use their opinion. That way it shifts the liability onto that attorney and onto our insurance company. But the direction this is headed, you're shifting that liability that doesn't exist yet onto the taxpayers. In reality, somebody made a mistake somewhere. I don't know where. Probably nobody will ever find out where, but please don't shift that responsibility of $15,000 onto the taxpayers, because we can't seem to get 3 attorneys to agree with each other. Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Thank you.
That's all for item 4.
That concludes the discussion, and so is there any further discussion? We'll move on to item 6, the hiring of a chief financial officer.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I actually have Dio Prasad, our HR director, here to speak with you. I understand the position has been posted. He could provide an update to council and receive some direction input.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The city staff has been working very diligently to fill this particular position. As you know, a finance director slash CFO is probably the second most important position in a city government. We've conducted a couple of interviews. Panel didn't determine any of them meet the requirements or the qualifications for the job. We are ongoing looking at various different options. We have a couple more candidates, including some consultants from Deloitte that we're looking at. And specifically, we are looking for candidates that are either CPA, FGOA certified, MBA, governmental experience, which kind of narrows the scope. We have many candidates for this particular position, but not many of them meet that requirement. And so it is something that we're trying to be careful and to be deliberate about. Any questions?
Well, we'll go around. I have some direction. Mr. Jaycox?
Are we looking to have this, the CFO answer directly to the council?
That's a charter issue.
We'd have to update the charter.
Right. Right now, because I've seen a couple org charts going that, is that's what we want to do, right?
I don't think we've had an open discussion about it. I know many companies, public companies, have a dotted line to the board, and all the C-suite, what they call them, the CFO, the COO, have a dotted line to the board of directers.
I've seen that as well. So
yeah.
Can we get away with something like that?
I don't think we want to get away with anything. Jeez.
With the charter, bad choice of words, but with the charter, could we have the CFO answer to both? In other words, you want the CFO, the council, to be able to walk over to the CFO and give us answers directly instead of going through the city manager, correct?
I think it needs to be a debate in a workshop. I think there's a strong benefit. That's why public companies do it, because you have to have a check and balance, that you don't want the person holding the money having somebody over them that could really tell them what to do, and you always have that board level. But there are different issues with government versus private or public. I think that those lines are being blurred with things like DOGE, which are taking more of a business approach than a governmental approach to stuff. But that's a debate that would be a really good debate to have for the charter as we move forward at a workshop.
Okay. Now, the CFO is going to be in charge of every single division that we have right now and their financing, correct? That they're going to be able to reach into every single division that we have and say, how is your finance today? Where are your numbers today?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, yes, the CFO or finance director, whatever we end up calling it at the end of the day, that oversees financial for all departments, all divisions, all operations of the city. Whether it's general fund or utility funds, building fund, all funds under the city of Groveland.
And to clarify that, you may have somebody working over in this hardened facility that we just talked about, but they would report to finance if they were an analyst, right? The key is all the analysis, all the finance goes through that one area, because they have the license and they're at risk, and they'll make sure that it's right.
So, so the CFO is going to be above every agency, every division we have now, above every division director, right?
I plan on going to the org chart with the council at your April 16th meeting. While other departments and other staff would report to the city manager, not all staff would report necessarily to the CFO. CFO would have finance and accounting, budgeting, utility billing, and possibly something like information technology reporting directly to the CFO position. But you wouldn't necessarily have, say, the community development director or HR report to.
Yeah, the control budgets, right? They have budgets just like everybody else, so they're following a budget. They report to the finance director about the budget.
Correct. There's definitely a symbiotic relationship. There's collaborative partnerships between other departments. Just because they work with each other doesn't mean they necessarily report to that person.
Let's be honest. It's a control. The finance is a control. People don't go ask finance what they can do. They go to finance and get an analysis on how it comes out and then propose it back to the manager, which comes to us during a budget. But HR isn't going to report to them. It's a level line across, right? But it is a control feature by which we make our decisions. And I'm going to talk a little bit about more of that in a little bit. So.
Okay. HR was mentioning that it seems that we have very high qualifications that we're asking for, and some of the candidates have some of the qualifications, not all of them have all the qualifications. If we, as a council, we need to maybe limit some of the qualifications we're looking for, because he's having a hard time trying to fulfill those qualifications. Or are we only looking for that, that unicorn that does everything?
I'm going to talk about it in a minute. I mean, this position will either make us or break us. And we're in a position, and I'm going to talk about it right now, because we did not have the right person in the right position. This is not one that you can say, oh, we'll train you later. You don't pay somebody $185,000 and then train them. That's what we're doing now, right?
Well, maybe you should have talked first.
So I'm saying we need to make sure there's candidates out there. We're not paying breadcrumbs. We need to find the right person that can do it. Do we want somebody with a business and a government background? What a glorious thing that would be. But we need to find the right person. We had one in Joanne. Everything was done properly, went through, and we found her. We just decided to take it down a notch to a director instead of a CFO, and now we're where we are. So I can only passionately say, let's find the right person. It's no more or less important than finding the right city manager.
I agree with that 100%. And that's the last thing I have a question for until you get this. Tell us how it's going.
Thank you, Steve.
Dio, who's currently doing this job right now?
We have an outside firm, a Clarion. Mike Fitzgerald is the CFO. He's the acting finance director / CFO right now in conjunction with the finance team and Michelle also.
We have basically a combination right now, making sure, and I know we had Michelle speak at the last month's meeting, I believe, and going over the previous audit and making sure our audits aren't late going forward. So I have confidence in the current team while we're doing the search. So I think instead of lowering the standards, we just continue the search, and you know, we have some good folks that are working there now, and I know that's not the permanent solution. That's the solution until we can get the search completed. So that's all I had.
So first, I just want to say a consultant is absolutely not a long-term solution, because you mentioned that. So we're trying to get away from that. Let's not even utter those words. And we absolutely should not lower our standards. So let's just keep looking.
I second that emotion, if you will, with Amy Jo about lowering standards. We are not a city that's in a place that can afford to settle. We're better than that. I would like to know how many people applied and what process did you use to interview these people?
We have approximately 15 to 20 applicants. We have a panel that interviewed these candidates, including the CFO, Michelle, other department directors that are involved throughout the city. So a big cross-functional team that are involved in the interviews. And we vet all the resumes, we look at our job description, we look at what our requirements are for the position, and then we make recommendations for who we're going to interview, who meet the qualifications, and then we, as a panel or group, we interview these folks, and we score them, we determine whether we have the right applicants based on a mix of different things, their resumes, their experience, their skills, how they interview, answer the questions, relevant experiences that they may have. And sometimes you have to go back to the drawing board if you don't find the right person. So that's, I think, why it's really important that we're patient about it and ensure that we have the right person. I'm very confident that we will find the right person for the job. It might take a little longer than we need to, but I think it's really important that we do.
I apparently asked the wrong question, so let me see if I can rephrase it. What process, when I say process, I mean how did you advertise for this position? Tell me the different medias or the different venues that you use to seek people for this job.
Absolutely. A multitude of different avenues. Of course, we advertise on our city website. We use Indeed, FCCMA, Florida League of Cities, Florida Governmental Organization, FGOA, social media, different sources. We've also reached out to people that we know work for other cities, contacts we've had through meetings or groups, and say, you know, we have this open position. In fact, I just had a conversation today with someone that's a finance director from another municipality, someone we have had previous conversations when Joanne was here. So we use a lot of different sources. It's not any single source. those types of positions are kind of like niche positions. You don't see a whole lot of people that have, finance director, governmental experience. And if they do, they stay somewhere for a really long time. And so, again, I'm really confident that we will be able to deliver someone. And we've also talked about the option of perhaps, we're not having any luck, maybe reach out to an agency or something to help us to kind of augment the process for them to also use some of their resource, but we haven't at this point.
Could you repeat what you just
We
said?
haven't
Neil?
reached out to an agency to the CFO position. We said that was one of the high priorities at a previous meeting. We haven't done that?
Not yet so far, because we've been getting some traction on it. So we have not, but we can start an RFP, or we can reach out, piggyback on a contract of some sort with the county to try to do that as well.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I believe there might be some confusion in terms of temporary agencies perhaps, but Dia has reached out to a number of agencies along with websites. When he mentions FGOA, if you're in finance and you're in local government, you're a part of that organization. It's kind of like if you're an urban planner, you're looking at AICP. I want to commend him for casting a wide net, taking his time. We're not making any rush decisions with us. We get the importance of the position. And at the same time, I also want to commend our existing staff. Michelle has stepped into this, along with Aaron Jers from Utility Billing. They have been working, of course, with a consultant to help stabilize our current financial situation as a city. And I didn't want to ignore their efforts to this point. And I look forward to April 16th to review the work that they've done with finance to this point, because I think you're going to be impressed in going into the next budget system with a lot more information that you hadn't had in the previous year.
It's a given that the staff is moving ahead. No doubt about it. That's a given. But that doesn't mean that we need to slow our efforts. And I still don't have a heightened understanding of how this is all going on. When you do the interviewing, do you only do it with finance people, or do you pull somebody from the clerk's office or the property office? Do you pull in various people with various experience, or do you only have the finance people in there interviewing? Because the person is going to be working across the board. And I still don't have an understanding of how this is happening. And I'm going to try to be real smart and listen real good, but I still don't, and maybe you can bring it to me, because right now I'm not picking up what you're laying down.
Vice Mayor, the interview panels are cross-functional, people from different departments, and also we reach out to other agencies as well for their expertise. So we're hiring for a finance director. We reach out to the City of Claremont, City of Eustis, other local cities for their finance people to come in and sit on these panels, as we typically do for public safety and other departments, so that we can have people with objective voice. But they are cross-functional. We do have not just finance people on those teams. We have a fire department. Finance touches every single area within the city. So we may ask for someone from the police department, the clerk's office. It really all depends, but yes.
I'm puzzled, because we sat in a room and we talked about this. And we talked about agencies, and then somebody decided not to pursue that. There's nothing wrong with a two-prong approach to make sure we get somebody right and to get more people in the funnel to come through. One question, well, I have several. How often is the consultant working in finance?
I believe, he's full-time, but I believe he's here once every week.
Week? 1 day a week? Is that
One
right?
day, yes, one day.
Okay, and how many people in the finance department right now are degreed in finance?
You said degree,
Mhm.
Ms. Mayor? I'm not sure how many degrees. If I had to guesstimate, I would say just on the finance side of it, of the 7 or 8 accounting/finance, there are about 5 people that are degreed and others that are non-degreed.
Okay, that's a little different than what I got before, but is that true? That 5 have degrees in finance? Mr. City Manager?
No, honestly,
I mean,
I have.
I've asked several of them, and, you know, personally.
I'd have to double check the exact
Okay.
number. I know some do, some don't.
Okay, how many have any kind of certification in finance?
To the best of my knowledge, none.
How many?
None.
None. And so my point is, I'm coming back to, we're interviewing CFO with people that don't know what a CFO is or does, that don't have the background. And I God bless the consultant that's here 1 day a week. God bless, we brought in somebody for an operations person that isn't a finance and told them to try to fix it, you know, but this is continually what we do. Continually what we do. And then we say, oh, so-and-so did a great job, let's promote them. This is what continually we do. I am so proud of what Aaron did and getting 90% of this stuff straightened out before anybody else came in. But we have to have the right department there. When I sit across from people and say, all I want is last year's versus this year's actuals, and they tell me they can't do it, and then I get another paper back saying this is what the council said we wanted and it still didn't have it, it's enough is enough. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail in a minute, but this is the time that we need to turn this dadgum thing around. We are not 5,000 people anymore. We're not 6,000. You shouldn't be interviewing anybody that isn't in a 35,000 city or more, because that's what we're scheduled to be in the next several years, 35,000. We don't want to train them to get there. And by gosh, this city has not, and we'll talk about that later, has not shortchanged anybody on salaries. Not shortchanged anybody on salaries. We're not paying for an apprentice. We're not paying for somebody to come in and teach them. When we bring somebody in at 185, remember our discussion that we had not too long ago? What is it with the comp rate? It's over $200,000 a year. That is not a learning position. We need to stop and take a reconsider what we're doing and take this time right now to make sure it's right. And I'm sorry, but we are the ones responsible. When it comes down to the finances of this city, the people that can be sued are sitting up here, not out there. Fiduciary responsibility, it happens. And I don't want to lose my farm because we wanted to be nice to somebody. I was elected to represent people, not staff. I love the staff. I think they do a great job, but our loyalties, our job is to represent people, and we're not doing it right now. And I'll talk more about it later. Direction, get two-pronged approach, get somebody on the agency side, keep going, beating the drums, find out what cities are around with 35,000 people or more, go from there up, and let's figure it out. And if you put that salary out there, that you're thinking, you're going to have more people lining up than you think, you know, but they better be worth it. They better be worth it. Next item. Union for Groveland Police Department.
Mayor, we have public comment on 6.
Apologize again, discussion, I'm sorry.
Tim Laux.
I've been trained wrong.
Tim Laux, 623 Neptune Drive, Groveland, Florida. Mayor, thank you. You're one of the few mayors that had enough guts to sit up and say that. You are sitting there representing the public, not the staff. Historically, it's been completely the other direction. But I want to point something out that's probably not going to sit well with anyone on this council. You need to take a close look at Section 3.05 limitations of the city charter. The only person that can hire and fire a finance manager is this gentleman over here. Now, you can hire and fire him all day long, all you want to. I'm just warning you because of the atmosphere in this city right now. You need to be very, very cautious of what you discuss at this council table, because I can promise you right now from this discussion, there's going to be repercussions coming again. You can talk to employees or staff members, provided the city manager, or in this case, the interim city manager, okays it, and the staff member wants to talk to you. But unfortunately, you don't have any authority to direct a cash or a staff member. We couldn't do that. Trust me, I got in trouble for doing exactly the same thing, so I'm just passing on. I've been in your shoes, so I'm just passing on. Not knowing any better, I asked a staff member to do something, and apparently they didn't want to do it. Next thing I know, I'm in trouble. But I learned the hard way, so I'm just passing it on to you folks. You can do this. You can ask the staff to write the scope of work for whoever you're hiring, whether it's a city attorney, whether it's a finance director. And then you can have a council meeting and you can discuss it, or you can do it in a workshop. And you can vote whether to accept the scope of work or not, or you can change it. And I think you've got some smart enough people on this council, which is unusual, but you do, to build a scope of work to get exactly what you want. And if the city manager hires that person and they don't do what's within the scope of work, the city manager's got one or two choices. You either get rid of them or we're going to get rid of you. It's that simple. Went through 4 of them when I was mayor here for that very exact same reason. It wasn't very popular, but it's the fact. Ms. Gaines had made a comment a few meetings back the last time I was at. She said, "You don't know till you walk in my shoes." Ms. Gaines, I walked in your shoes. Trust me, I've walked in your shoes, and this is not.
I didn't hear you.
I said, you'd made a comment, "You don't know until you walk in my shoes," which
Yes.
was a very good statement. And I've walked in these shoes before, so I do understand. I do know the pitfalls, and I know the advantages, and I know what you can do and what you can't do. When our previous city manager first came to this city, I tried to explain to him some of the quirky things that go on in Groveland for some reason that's nobody really understands, and now you're experiencing that same thing. But you need to control your city manager, your city attorney. That's the only 2 people you have authority over. If you control that element, everything else falls in place. But if that runs amok, as it has, we end up exactly where we're at right now. But just use caution on that particular thing. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. That concludes that discussion. Thank you very much. Formalization of a union for the Groveland Police Department. Mr. Maslow?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm also going to ask Mr. Dio Prasad, our HR director, who's prepared to provide a brief update to the council on this.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. On March 6th, the police union officially filed with PERC to form a union. They're in the process right now of, in the ballot process. We do not have much information on this. PERC has provided us a letter indicating the intent of the police department to form a union. At the conclusion of their ballot process, we will be getting a formal notification. So that is where we currently are in the process.
And that was, we were notified in January about that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any discussion on that, Mr. Jaycox?
Yeah, I don't know who gave us this handout, but it's, Florida Police Benevolent Association, in Groveland, and it says they certify this document as of March 6th, and that they have 21 people out of the 27 who wish to join the union already. So it seems like a done deal already. But so why are you talking like it's still somewhere far in the future?
They do have to go through the ballot process. They do have to vote on it officially. And then once that's complete, then the process will commence where we've talked to our attorney, Alan Norton and Blue. We've had a discussion around this subject and how to handle this matter, and we're just waiting on the ballot process to conclude before we can have any engagement.
All right, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I just want to inform you we're having an optional meeting with the police department staff just to get an idea of what their main objectives and goals for unionizing. We're in no way trying to stop them throughout the process, of course. It's just to get an idea sooner rather than later in terms of what their goals are, so the city staff could work more effectively with them.
Is that between city staff and them, or the council and them, or?
It was recommended to us that we keep it at the staff level for now. Ultimately, any decisions would be made by the mayor and council.
But if, I'll wait till my turn. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to point, before we had discussion on this, I don't have a lot to add to it, but for our city attorney, is there anything that we need to know limiting discussion on this or anything like that before we talk about it?
Well, everything you do up until the time that you get into a litigation at the administrative hearing has to be done in public. Once you get in the administrative hearing process, you may be able to have a closed session meeting to discuss it. One suggestion, you have a great labor firm, and staff needs to really be careful and use them. You don't want to end up with an unfair labor practice where the union claims that you're trying to impede their action to get it and doing it unfairly, because then you'll end up paying attorney's fees for the union as well. So advice of counsel is really important in this process, and you'll have really two directions. You can probably accept the union if you want to, or you can require the vote and then take your shot at persuading your police officers to vote against the union why you don't think it's necessary. But that's kind of the paths that it goes by.
And who presents that second option? Who would present that to the police?
Well, it's a strategy dealing with it at the county in a bigger level where we had employees. Usually it was your city staff along with labor council trying to come up with the strategy. Of course, the city council guides it. I mean, you decide we'd love to have a union, in which case, you wouldn't be fighting against it. If you're kind of hoping that you can keep the interaction with the employees directly between you, because what happens with the union is you deal with the union rather than dealing with the employees. So if you would prefer that, then you come up with a strategy to persuade them to vote no, but you have to do it in a legal way. So you can't take missteps to try and persuade them how to vote. And I think there were some warnings, attached to this. I saw tonight as well, just to be caution.
Yeah, just being new, I would just want to know basically what wasn't being met prior and then what the union would accomplish versus what we've been doing, so.
Yeah, and I think you're inviting your labor council to come talk to you would probably be the best thing there to really give you, I guess Groveland doesn't have any other unions, I'm guessing. The firefighters
Fire
union?
department does.
Yeah, and they've probably been established quite a long time. But talking with your labor council, I think, would be the best step to really understand that process.
Amy Jo? I think it's touched on, and maybe I'm just hammering it, but I like the fact that we're going to ask people where we're flawed. I mean, nobody goes, I belong to a union, so not now, but back when I started in the business, but you belong because you need something accomplished or something isn't being done for you that you think is right. To take money out of your own personal dollars and give it to somebody else to represent you to do something that you already think is right, sometimes it's hard for me to fathom. So I worry about staff going and talking because we might be part of the problem. And somebody opening up and saying, well, I mean, there's several issues. There could be, I don't think we're represented correctly in getting our salaries where they should be, or we have an unfair work environment, or unequal work environment, or it's a hostile work environment, or there has to be some catalyst that says, I'm going to take my money and give it to somebody else so that I can get this accomplished. And I think that's what we need to make sure we do. Union or no union, we need to know where we're flawed, because we can't work on it until we know. If people don't think they can go to our HR or don't think they can go to their supervisor or whatever, we need to know why, where we're dropping the ball. So I think you're right in having some kind of discussion, but I worry that you're not going to get much out if it's the same people that are here all the time that they won't talk to anyway, versus a labor attorney or somebody that's kind of an impartial person that can say, hey, tell me what's on your mind, you know, and keep it out of the, you know, keep it confidential and all that kind of stuff. But if we've got a problem in one place, we might have it more, and we need to figure out what it is. Further discussion? Any public discussion?
Chris Walker?
Chris Walker, 304 Irvin Bend Drive. I just had a few questions perhaps you can make me understand. Number one, before I even start, I fully support our officers, our police. So my question is, have we done a report on how many cities our size or smaller that has a police union, and what has the effect been?
Can you repeat that, Mr. Walker? I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Have we done a report on how many cities our size or smaller that has a police union, and what has been the effect in terms of costs for that city?
I don't believe so.
Okay, we need to do that. Number two, we're already in debt, lawsuits caused by the negligence of employees or your city manager, which I'm not surprised since he left the city of Tucson in $30 million in debt, but y'all still hired him. So do we continue in ignorance and recklessness, or do we fix the problem or make new ones? Although the fee, hopefully, for the proposed union is coming out of the pockets of your officers' paychecks, the question that I have is the city on the hook for any legal arbitration?
Yeah, Florida doesn't really have much in the way of arbitration in this process. There is a special master who will issue orders, but even through the bargaining process, the city council ends up being the final decision maker, even after you have special master recommendations.
So my question is, what is the financial impact going to be on the city of Groveland for having this union? Because it sounds like we have something on the agenda, but most of you don't even have an answer to any of the questions that I'm asking, which is why we should be studying these items, and why, while we're sitting on the council, we should have answers. Why do we need the police union? Who's paying for it? What's the purpose of it? Can any of you explain that to me outside of your talking points that you have?
Why do you think we have a choice? Why do you think we have a choice? It's not our choice. If they want to unionize, they unionize. We don't have a choice in it.
Okay, if they unionize, great. Is it going to cost us financially as a city?
Of course it is. Of course it is. We have to now negotiate contracts with them. It's going to be an additional cost.
We have some issues here that you've brought up that we need to get answers to. I think that we charge the city manager. Let's get back to you and us with those things.
Yeah, don't just give a blank answer about we don't have a choice. We have to have answers because it's our taxpayers' dollars, not yours. So let's make sure that when we're asking questions, we don't get a blanket answer that you don't have a choice. We need to hear what you're going to do and why something needs to be done a certain way, so we can understand that we know that you are sitting in the seat that you should be in because you know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Tim Laux.
Tim Laux, 63 Neptune Drive. Unions, it's a touchy subject. To start my conversation or my suggestions, I'm not pro-union, I'm not against unions. Florida's a right-to-work state. If the police department decides to unionize and some of the people in the police department decide not to join a union, they still get the same benefits as the union people. It runs concurrently. I worked at a job that was also unionized. And as long as I was treated fairly, I had no reason to unionize, none whatsoever. Now, I'm going to take you back to 2015. Actually, I can take you back to 2012, but I can't do it in 4 minutes. So we've had, for some reason, we've had police problems for a long time. The last police chief, which I cannot mention his name under court order, but I can say the last police chief, I actually, as mayor, had to wear a wire when I talked to him. Okay, that's how bad it got. Chief Ramsey came in, he cleaned up our police department, he hired some good officers. Everything was, I thought, going very good up until recently. A lot of times, people, when employees get disgruntled, in this case staff members get disgruntled, there's a reason. And I don't know why our previous city manager did not look into this. I looked into it middle of 2015. You know what I found? 14 unanswered complaints from police officers that have been shoved under the table. Every one of them legitimate as we looked into them. As a mayor, I shouldn't have even had to do that, but I did. Ultimately, we were minus one city manager, and in turn, the police chief left at the same time, which put the city in a real peculiar situation. We had to bring the sheriff's department in for several months. Chief Ramsey, I thought, had done a great job hiring people and was fair, good man. I think that possibly the pressures that have been put on him may have caused a lot of these problems. The problems don't stem from a police chief. They don't stem from a mayor. They stem from complaints from the public. That's where they start. They're sitting right in front of us. Those complaints from the public are there for a reason. They're either treated unfairly, they thought they were treated unfairly. But I've seen a lot of cities that have a police review board, and I think Groveland did it one time, to look into these complaints fair and get them taken care of until it gets to this point. Mr. Walker had asked the question, will it cost us money? Yes, it'll cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars at the end of the day. We're talking about pensions. If the police are not being paid correctly, we need to start paying them correctly. I have no problem with my tax dollars going to pay police correctly, make sure they've got a good pension. They've got the hardest job in this city, especially in today's climate. So I think Ms. Jaycox is right. They can unionize if they want to. We don't have any problem with that. But if you talk to these police officers, bring them together, find out what the problem is, see if you can rectify it without that. I think everybody would be happy at that point. But if you're not treating them correctly, for some reason, something's gone wrong, this is exactly why. Now they're going to make you do it. But you know what happens? Your police officers aren't one bit more happy with unionizing. They're not. They're still going to be treated badly. So that's not going to resolve this problem for anyone. Open communication is what's going to resolve this problem. As a council, you have open communication through your city manager, through your police department, through the officers. I recommend that everybody stop worrying about being so politically correct about everything that they can't even say what's on their mind That's what's caused a lot of these problems. A lot of people here don't like me because I'm not politically correct, and I never will be politically correct. Why? Because it causes this very problem that we're facing right now. So take a look at what you're facing here. Take a look at what it's going to cost the taxpayers. Try to resolve the problem before they get to this point. Mr. Mayor, I'm running out of time. I've got a lot more to say, but thank you again. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. That concludes the union. On to Raftelis update for existing study. That would be TJ. Is he here?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. TJ Fish, overseeing utilities, will speak to this, but just to reiterate, we do have this item on your workshop agenda for April 16th. Our goal is between tonight and the 16th and the 20th is to get direction and execute an agreement with Raftelis for an update to the impact fee. We just want to make sure, or the rate study analysis update, we just want to make sure that as we're building that scope of work with the consultant, we're getting council feedback at the ideation form of it. Mr. Fish.
Thank you. TJ Fish, Transportation and Public Works, Utilities, and many other things, whatever I'm asked to do. So in this case, I wanted to establish expectations with the City Council. 2 years ago, after 7 months of efforts, Raftelis produced a utility rate study and a connection fee study, all in one document. Connection fees being synonymous with impact fees for water and sewer. So at this point, what Council has still pending is to give staff formal direction that we want you to enlist Raftelis and update that effort. And we're not at this time recommending a different firm. We're not asking you to consider an RFP. We think that the company that did this work is the right company to go and reboot this with current information. So a couple issues as I've met with Raftelis staff on the scope, and that is still pending, is one preface is before we even got to this point of you deciding tonight if you're going to give formal direction, is Mr. Maslow had already directed us to have Raftelis prepare some updated information for the April 16th workshop agenda. So that was already underway. And then I am aware that the request to put this on the agenda tonight, that's great. Staff fully supports, let's update it. But I want to be clear, it's not just the utility rates. You need to do both at the same time. You need to look at your impact fees and your rates together because they are a tapestry woven together of a financial plan. So speaking most recently with the primary from Raftelis, Joe Williams, he and I are to meet by phone Wednesday morning to go over how we're going to hone in on the scope, what the timeline will be, what the rate will be for the work. That can all be reported to you at the April 16th workshop. But just wanted you to know this is not a quick and dirty effort. One of the first things he stated is, I only have 1 year of financials so far from the City of Groveland, and that's a non-audited FY25 end of year. So we know that audit's ahead of schedule, I'm happy to report, on behalf of Michelle and others. But it is a non-audited end of 25 that we've already handed over. We've gotten to enjoy 4 additional months of revenues posting to the enterprise fund from our utility rates. So that's the trend. And I want to be very, again, establishing expectations, very transparent that in 2 years, our capital needs have continued to evolve. So when we talk about what's baked into the study, some of the changing of things that we've learned along the way that are needed, some of the shifts in how our funding strategies are playing out, more grants coming in, good, but how are those grants being applied? What projects are going to be baked into the study, either informing the rate structure or the impact fee structure? So with all that said, the purpose tonight was to get it on the agenda, let you give formal action, and we'll keep taking these steps. But I did not want you to walk away tonight thinking, well, we're going to be ready to present this study, in May or June. It may take a little bit longer than that.
Mr. Jaycox, would you have anything to ask?
You didn't write up this form that was in the agenda package, right? With the budget item being a possible impact or anything like that. And Did you do that, or that was Mr.
There's a
Maslow?
one-page staff report with my name on it, Mr. Maslow.
Okay. When we first talked about it, the only thing that was requested was grants and new meters. And it was supposed to be just focused on that, because what we were focusing on is, did we still need to increase the water rate this year by another 10% and next year by another 10%, based on the estimates that we were getting. For 2025, the estimate was supposed to be $2.7 million, and it came out to be $3.2 million. So we got more than the estimate. So that was what the question was. Do we still have to keep increasing the water rates to the public another 20% to fund the construction of new items? And I understand that you'd like to find out, about the impact fees, but we really just wanted to give some relief to the public and not keep increasing the water rates. So I don't know why it got expanded anything farther than that. It should have been something pretty easy for them to do. They would have took the numbers from 25, they would have took the numbers that we've got so far in 26 and said, yes, these new meters are having an impact, yes, the grants had an impact, and maybe, we could just live with what the rates we have for the next year or two, because they are bringing in $3.2 million a year. So over the entire thing, it's going to be over $13 million in money to fix other infrastructure. Did you come up with a suggestion to them when they did this? Did they say that we had this, and this, and it's going to cost us $13 million in the next 3-4 years, so we need $13 million? No, I think what you said is you use the industry standard as, we're going to come up with X. So this 20% that you were billing extra on everybody's water bill was the industry standard. It wasn't anything related to Groveland. I know that was a very long question, so you can work on individual ones any way you want.
And I'll respond, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jaycox, that there have been, both at workshops, some comments made. There's been individual conversations that each of you have had with staff about your desires, what you'd like to see. So originally, and bear in mind this goes back more than a month, but the original direction was centered around April 16th workshop. And it was more the flavor of what you're saying is, could Raftellus come in and kind of give us an overview of how much have the meters being changed out and the enhanced revenues, how much has that impacted? Or what changes in grant funding and so forth? The reality is that was going to be very low level, and it was not going to be in any way an endorsed study or anything to build an ordinance around. It was just going to be an update in a workshop. What I'm suggesting to you tonight, based on that staff report, is if the council desires to actually see everything incorporated the way Raftellus would do it, because bear in mind, I can write a scope for them, but they've got to agree to the scope, and they've got to put it on their letterhead and say, this is the scope we're offering for this fee. So to do that, we've said, what's the right way to handle this? Because we agree. We know the revenues have been enhanced by changing out meters and actually having our cash registers work better. But that alone's not the only significant change in the last 2 years, and that's why tonight, so there's no surprises, if you want a more scaled-down scope, we can ask for alternatives A, B, C, and what have you. But staff is saying you don't open up a study that your ordinance is based on, an ordinance that had 4 years of financial impact, and ask them to do a small effort and expect that that's going to change the ordinance that's adopted. And that's a legal issue that when you look back at Ordinance 2024-4, impact fees, and 2024-5, 4 adopted the study and codified it into Muni Code right there in the Groveland Code, and 5 changed the rates with that 40-10-10-10 plan financially. So I understand it seems simple to say, let's just go in and plug in some new numbers, and they can do that as an exercise, but if you're looking to actually take action to change the ordinance that's been adopted, staff is, for good reason, you're recommending you need to go down this path of let them scope this out properly so you can do it properly.
I went back and looked at the ordinance, and they only put in the table. They didn't take the entire study. Nowhere does it say the entire study was part of the ordinance. They just took the table and put it in the ordinance. So the rate table is the only thing actually in the ordinance.
What
And not,
TJ is mentioning is trying to describe as the study informs that table of the rates. And so
Right,
TJ
but
is making sure that if it's ever questioned in the future, it's legally defensible.
It was just the rates that were accepted, and however the council came up with that why they were accepting those rates, based on the study. The study was not part of the law. Only the table is part of the
and
law.
I'd never want to correct anyone at a meeting. I'm suggesting that ordinance 2024-4 adopted the study. It adopted it and codified it. Now, in section 73, you do have that table, but it also references the fact that that 2024 Raftella study was adopted by the city council.
Right. And if you're going to increase the scope, maybe you should include the fact that we lost, $1.5 million worth of billable water that no one knows where it went.
We know where it went. It's replenishing our aquifer, but that's not the optimal situation. And that continues to be yet another factor that we've been in a self-audit mode now for 5 years, and it is on a better trend line. These meter change-outs are a huge part of that. So, but again, I just want to be clear so nobody's surprised. You can't just go in and say, I want to change these numbers right here and not touch anything else. Raftellus has to be able to sign off on it just like an engineer would. Mayor?
Understood. Okay, anything? Anything? No. No?
Okay, would it be better to wait till we have more data to see where it's trending? Or is the short term that we do have going to be good enough to get accurate feedback?
I mean, the point being is we, even upon adoption in the public hearings, it was stated repeatedly by staff, it's wise to recalibrate this from time to time. And that's really the way staff has framed it with Raftellus is can we recalibrate it with some updated information?
Right, to recalibrate it from time to time. Have we reached that time yet? Has it been long enough? That's the only question I have. Like, do we think it's been long enough to get accurate data?
You do have more accurate data because, we've got posted revenues under the new rate structure. So that alone is hugely helpful.
Okay.
Because to Councilmember Jaycock's point, we are trending in the right direction. It's just we don't have a lot of data points yet because it's only 16 months of revenue so far.
Okay, I think we beat this horse. I really would like to, just once again, with you, Mr. Jaycox, I've learned more on charts on wastewater than any chef should ever have to look at. And one thing that I've noticed is, yeah, we're talking about the 4-year study, but I've had people show me when he extrapolates out to 10 years, there's a real concern, even at the present rate. And we've got to make sure, I think that's what we're talking about is making sure we don't tweak something here. Because remember, we came into this, we came into this with $80 million that had to be spent over here, $119 million that has to be spent down there. And we only have 25,000 residents because we didn't do anything there or we didn't do anything there. So I'm with you 100% that if we can tweak it on those 10%, but I think we need to have this. I'm really behind getting this full study because I want to know that we're not doing the same thing to somebody else down the road where we tweak it and then it comes and there's a big pig in the python right here that just wipes somebody out. Nobody needs to go through what we're going through right now again, and we need to make sure we get it right. And it's money well spent. It's money well spent.
It's your enterprise. It's your business.
So we need a consensus for Mr. Maslow to move forward. Do we have public input?
Tim Laux?
Oh, my gosh, Tim. Why don't you just pull your chair up there, Tim?
Mayor, could I request more than 5 minutes? A couple minutes. Tim Laux, 623 Deputy Drive. Raftellus did a water rate study for us, the last one that you folks were subject to, that you inherited. The numbers that are in that water study were given and provided to them by our staff. I think everybody could agree on that. Well, I found an amazing thing about that water rate study. It was done, completed, rates were raised, and then they came along and changed the meters. I said, how did you do a water rate study if we have 4,000 defective meters in the city of Groveland? Here's the answer I got. Well, we just kind of winged it and we just threw in 10%. So the base of that study was flawed from the very beginning, and everything after it was flawed too. Rotellus is famous for this. They take the numbers, nobody reviews them. One year, we did a water rate study when I was in office. I rejected it. We got the vote to reject that water. Do you know how come? So we had almost 4 million gallons of water a month nobody could account for. We were reading 144 meters in this city that didn't exist. We didn't even know how much water we were using. And I got a pretty good feeling we're having the same thing. Now, this is excessive, and I call it an obscene water rate increase. Do you realize what it's for? It's to help pay back this $100 million loan that we took, that over 90% of it is benefiting new construction that should be paying for it, not the existing ratepayers. That's incorrect. That is not the way this works. I'm a developer. I don't develop in Groveland because I live here, and I don't like developers, just to be perfectly honest with you. We pay for wastewater plant expansions. We pay for lines to be ran. We pay for new wells to be put in. We pay for everything. Then we dedicate it to the city. Groveland does it completely backwards. Groveland says, okay, we need all these improvements. Let's just charge the existing ratepayers that's already paid their impact fees once. We'll just continue to gouge them. I could have told you right when I first looked at that rate study that your revenues were going to go up 60 to 70%. And they have. They've gone up a lot. I don't know what the exact percentage is. That rate study was approved by people that knew nothing, zero, about water. These water meters being replaced, you know where that came from? That came from a council member that called me up. And I said, yeah, you got a few defective meters. So he came in there and says, we got to replace the meters first. So what does Groveland do? Replaces 4,000 and something meters. You know who paid for them? We did. The ratepayers. You know who paid for the first meter that went into that property? The ratepayers. Now, what I find amazing about that is a meter breaks, city comes and replaces it for free. Doesn't charge them. I've had 3 of them replaced because of that. Doesn't charge me a penny. But all of a sudden, they think they're not reading right, so they come along and then they raise everybody's rates to pay for them. That's just plain wrong. You need to do a full study with accurate data, not with what Rotellus was given. They didn't use accurate data, so the bottom line is it was flawed. They did the rate study based on what Groveland said they needed in dollar bills coming in every month. They said, we need $100 million coming in. So Rotellus, it was very easy. They just set the water rate so they can get $100 million coming in. It's not the way water rate studies are done by any way, shape, or form. These improvements they're talking about, nobody did anything. You know why we didn't do anything? Because we couldn't get a straight answer. 4 million gallons a day or a month of water missing nobody knows about, 140 meters being charged for that don't exist. And we're going to increase their rates? No, I don't think so. That's why we didn't do anything. The previous council, before this council, it didn't matter what anybody said. They're going to just rubber stamp it and push it through, and that's exactly what happened, and this is exactly why we're in the position, and you've got 26,000 upset customers because of it. And the other problem is Groveland, I said, how about put an irrigation well in? Let's cut down on some of this expense.
You're doing so well all night.
Yeah, I know. Just give me, Mayor, can I request 30 more seconds? Groveland says, no, you can't put a well in. We have an ordinance that says you can. I said, so that's like telling me I can't put solar panels on my house and I have to buy all the electricity.
Yeah, we're going to save that for
Yeah.
public discussion, because I know that
Yeah.
whole well thing. But
Yeah.
we're on getting him a approval to move forward on getting a real rate study.
Thank you,
And I
Mayor.
appreciate your comments. So do we have consensus to get a real rate study? Yes, yes. You have consensus to move forward.
Thank you.
Discussion, advanced air mobility, vertiport concept brief. Is that you, Mr. Jaycox?
Yes, Florida just passed a law, saying that they were going to do a demonstration of doing a vertiport, which is drones which take off vertically and land vertically. And they're doing this down in Polk County. So that's about, the place is about 35 miles away from us. And Florida said if anybody puts one of these things in, that Florida will pay for it. So if a city was, looking to bring in more revenue, it should invest in being part of this program with the vertiports. And we have two little airports just south of the city that are grass runways and would just require a concrete pad to be a vertiport. And we could go into an agreement with them and work something out where it would economically benefit both the city and the owners of these airports, at not have any expenses for us.
Yeah, it's a tremendous thing that they passed, and it's matched federal and state money. The vertiport's it's not a drone area. That's the first thing I thought. It's where actual taxis, air taxis, and ambulances and things that they're projecting to come next will go. I mean, it's a way for quicker emergency service, quicker things to happen. And so there is. I think we should talk to the two airports, but I think we also should charge the city manager to get with our economic development people, because it could be a great thing to have out near Ford Center, where we have a lot of business going on, or along that corridor where we'll have a lot of business going on. But I definitely would ask for a consensus, if you wanted to put this on our legislative agenda, to talk to our legislative, Mr. Yurkowski and Mr. Truenow, and those have led the charge on 50, on 19, and all that. They've been very, very helpful to us. But you might want to ask for a consensus to move forward with putting this on the agenda, have the city look at different places and
Absolutely. One thing I did find out about it is the DOT is the one who you would talk about to get this. They've already passed it down to somebody, and considering we're only 35 miles away, it would be in the pilot program where they would actually fly their vehicles over to us, during their pilot program. So yes, I am looking for a consensus from the board to have Mr. Maslow continue on with the investigation and see where we go next.
looks like you got 100%. All right.
Okay.
Okay, can I ask a favor? Nobody leave. We're going to take 5 minutes. We got to have 5 minutes. And take 5 minutes. I have an appeal. I have a personal appeal to all of you in just a second. And please, it would just break my heart if you all left. I know we're running late, but there's some things that we really have to talk about. We still have public input and the other input to go through, but I'd appreciate it if we just take 5 minutes. That means that at 5 minutes till 10, we'll get back together, and I promise we'll go as quick as we can.
We need coffee. A coffee maker is what we need.
That's what I'm drinking. I guzzle on coffee.
You got Barbara moving.
Herding cats. Okay, thank you. Thank you all so much for taking a few more moments. I know your time's valuable, and we'll try to use it wisely. I'd like to start with just saying, first, I appreciate the chance of saying what I'm about to say prior to public input, so there can be public input. And secondly, I really want to appeal to all of you. There's two ways you can take what I'm about ready to say. You can take it as, oh boy, here we go again. Or you can take it as, okay, this is where we are, we're done with it, and we're going to move on. Our city right now is divided like I haven't seen it. I've only been here 7 years. Everybody going on each side saying this and that. And that's partially my fault and partially our fault. Because when we aren't transparent, people end up making up their own stories. And their own stories get out and around, and sometimes those stories are not quite the truth. So tonight, I'm only going to present facts. I'm going to present an opinion. I want to let you know that nobody else up on this dais has looked at this or approved it, because we can't talk to each other, ever. And so this is an opinion, and it's a place that we are today. No matter what you walk away with, please know that I believe in my heart that every person in this room that's here, every person that's been up here, has always done what they thought was best for the city. Whether it was or wasn't, the intention was always to do what was best for the city. And I want you to take that as I go through this this really elegant presentation that wasn't done by IA. Or AI, or whatever it is.
Or W, or nothing.
Yeah, let me find because it's from my heart, and I need all of you to listen at it from a very positive standpoint, and then contribute to trying to bring us all back together after it's done. And, of course, hello.
You have to point it up there.
Up there? Oh, they told me it was not the...
Yep, it just popped up exploring. Yep, you're good.
Oh, okay. Did I go one too far? And, oh gosh, what got us here? What got us here? What got us here? Okay.
You want me to do that for you?
Yeah, that would
just
be
say
great.
next slide.
And I'll just tell you what slide to do. Okay, this is slide 1. Okay, hold your applause. This opening slide establishes the overarching context for understanding how our city arrived at its current situation. The purpose of this content is not to assign blame, but to clearly and transparently outline a pattern of operational, financial, and governance breakdown that accumulated over a long period of time. These issues reflect systemic weaknesses rather than isolated mistakes, highlighting gaps in communication, internal controls, planning, and accountability. A recurring theme is a failure to anticipate downstream impacts of decisions, particularly when changes were implemented without adequate preparation, testing, or stakeholder communication. The absence of timely reporting and structured oversight created an environment where problems were allowed to persist and compound rather than being identified and corrected early. This overview also underscores the increasing risk exposure faced by this organization or this city as budgets grew, projects became more complex, and regulatory expectations remained unmet. As the scale of operations expanded, the margin of error narrowed significantly. Yet processes and staffing did not evolve accordingly. The result was a widening gap between responsibilities and capabilities. Understanding this context is essential because it frames all subsequent details as interconnected symptoms of a broader governance and management challenges. This slide sets the tone for the discussion by making clear that the current position is the outcome of cumulative decisions, delayed actions, and structural deficiencies, all of which must be acknowledged in order to move forward effectively and responsibly. This slide focuses on financial management failures that significantly contributed to the current situation. Core issues included major delays in audits, inconsistent and inaccurate budget practices, and a failure to meet state-mandated financial timelines. Audits were submitted months late, in direct violation of statutory requirements, undermining transparency and trust while exposing the organization to regulatory risks. Accounts payable lagged as much as 6 months behind, despite state requirements for payment within 45 days, resulting in millions of dollars in outstanding obligations. Budget integrity was further compromised by expenditures being charged in subsequent fiscal years to include settlements, land purchases, and large capital items. Compounding these problems was the absence of regular monthly or quarterly financial period-over-period reporting, despite explicit request and a requirement in our charter, leaving leadership without any of the information necessary to make informed decisions. The inability to provide complete and accurate financial data to external entities further demonstrated systemic breakdowns in financial controls and reporting processes. Collectively, these failures reflect not only technical accounting deficiencies, but also lack of oversight, qualified staffing, and internal review mechanisms. When financial systems are unreliable, every operational and strategic decision becomes riskier, amplifying the consequences of even the most minor errors. Operational and project management breakdowns form another critical pillar of how this organization arrived at its current state. Key services and initiatives were disrupted due to poor planning, delayed execution, and inadequate follow-through. For example, talked about tonight, tiered water billing was not properly set up, staffs were not trained, and systems were not tested, resulting in 2 months without billing being able to be done, and a very costly recovery effort. Infrastructure and capital projects face similar challenges. Right out back here, Lake Avenue project, which we were warned to get it done by the end of June, was delayed because environmental study was not initiated on time, illustrating a failure to manage prerequisites and timelines. Thank you for getting an extension, Mr. City Manager. A comprehensive plan delivered by a consulting firm to Planning and Zoning and Council was widely regarded as substandard and unusable, despite significant investment of time and our financial resources. Additionally, a City Hall feasibility study paid to an external consultant brought recommendations that were not possible to execute, raising questions of product scoping and decision-making before the funds were committed. $45 million to tear this down and put a city hall right here with no parking. The parking was said to be on the streets, 600 feet around. $45 million. That was the recommendation. Together, these examples demonstrate a pattern of inadequate project oversight, insufficient internal coordination, and an absence of discipline execution frameworks needed to manage increasingly complex operations. This slide addresses leadership, staffing, and governance gaps that allowed financial and operational problems to persist. Over several years, there was no employee performance appraisal system in place, limiting accountability and professional development. Succession planning and targeted training were largely absent, and the organization operated for approximately 7 years without a deputy city manager, creating an unsustainable leadership structure. Critical roles were recently filled without the necessary expertise, such as a finance hire lacking in sufficient accounting experience, which then required them to go get an additional consultant to compensate for the lack of knowledge. We continually put people in the wrong places to be successful. Governance challenges also emerged in areas such as land use planning, where after 5 years it was identified that plans had been inaccurately represented to the public. Contract negotiations included the Avalon Agreement, raised concerns regarding process, oversight, and risk management. As outlined, capital budgets needs grew beyond $200 million. Think of that. Our capital needs are beyond $200 million. Our city faced the reality now in which even 1% error could have a massive consequences, yet governance systems were not strengthened accordingly. Let me stop on that. 200 million, 25,000 people, 10,000 houses. In order to catch up, we're saying we need $200 million. If we're 1% off on $200 million, all of you know how we've met our projected construction in the past. If we're 1% off, that's $20 million. Our entire tax collection is $14 million a year. These leaderships and structural deficiencies created an environment where warning signs were missed, corrective actions was delayed, and institutional knowledge was not preserved. Addressing these gaps was and is essential to restoring stability, credibility, and long-term effectiveness. Let's talk timing and responsibility. Over the past 7 years, the city has changed significantly. We have grown, taken more complex operations on, and achieved meaningful success. Very meaningful success. Those successes brought larger budgets, more projects, and greater responsibility. However, while the city changed, our internal structure and management approach did not evolve at the same pace. Much of our system remained reactive, designed for a smaller operation or organization or city with fewer risks. With nearly $200 million in capital projects ahead, the margin for error is extremely small. Small mistakes now carry very, very large consequences. That reality requires us to pause and reassess how we manage, oversee, and structure the organization or this city. Why now? Because continuing with the same structure increases risk to taxpayers, operations, and public trust. This moment is not about blame. We all share in the blame. It's about recognizing that the city has reached a point where a different, more disciplined approach is necessary to responsibly move forward. Let's now focus on immediate and practical actions. The goal is stability, accountability, and transparency. First, an interim city manager provides experienced leadership and oversight while longer-term decisions are made thoughtfully. Alongside that, adding a chief financial officer is essential. This role is critical for financial accuracy, compliance, and timely reporting. A formal financial reporting system must be implemented so council and leadership receive regular and reliable information. Without that, informed decision-making simply isn't possible. We also need to review and realign the organization structure so that it matches the size and complexity of today's and tomorrow's city, not the city of years past. Hiring practices need to prioritize qualifications, internal controls, and long-term capacity, not friends and not local recommendations. Performance goals and measurable metrics create accountability. A successful plan reduces institutional risk. Ongoing training ensures compliance, ethics, and operational standards are consistently met. Together, these steps represent a shift from reactive management to intentional, disciplined governance. This slide, the practical question everyone asks, how do we pay for it? Well, this is where we're going to meet a little division in the road, maybe. The Kroger rebate is one of the possible funding sources worth examining for this. While its exact figure still needs confirmation, it's about $1.4 million, it may represent an opportunity to reinvest one-time or non-recoverable funds into fixing the structural issues we have now. This is not about a single funding source solving everything. It's about identifying lawful, transparent ways to support improvements that reduce long-term risk and reduce cost. Any resources identified should be directed towards strengthening internal controls, stabilizing leadership, and improving financial systems, not temporary fixes. The goal is to invest now in the structure and accountability to avoid far greater cost financially and reputationally later. Let me just comment on that one more time. The money that we have spent in the past year and a half on lawsuits, on redoing ditches, on redoing what was the thing out here, the lines where we had to remove them 6,500 times, $65,000 here and there. All these things add up to be much more than what any of us realize. And the inefficiencies are what's causing our taxpayer needs to go up. Paying $250,000 to settle a lawsuit out of our general fund that should have been settled 5 years ago, and our attorney got him down from $500,000, and it was very clear to the new counsel that we could never win the lawsuit. I could go on and on and on about this stuff. In closing this segment, I must emphasize this is not an employee issue. I have spoken to many that have understood the need but didn't have a path to follow. Staff, like who spent countless hours, we talked about it earlier, countless hours putting together and paying unpaid bills, almost $6 million worth of unpaid bills, so that by the time we brought new leadership in, the council was then informed that 90% of those bills had been paid. Thank you to Erin for her job in that. The bills have been dealt with. There are many more stories from HR to building economic group that have made a difference. But I need you to please be ambassadors to support a one-time investment to get this place straight. I want you to envision a prop plane. Envision any prop plane. Envision a World War I prop plane. Physics itself will only let that plane go so fast with a prop. You ain't going to get it over 500 miles an hour. If you want to go over 500 miles an hour, you got to reinvest and get a jet. It's a different way of doing things. It's a different way of accomplishing goals. We have to invest this money, that is our money, by the way, is money rebated from Kroger that we let them slide on for our 81 employees that we had out there from Groveland. That's all we had out there, 81. That 1.4 million comes back to us. We need to take that money and make things right in this city. Right for our employees, right for our staff, and right for every single citizen we got here. And if we don't, and we pass this on to the next group, it's going to be more expensive, it's going to be a lot worse, and we're going to be paying nickels and dimes. And when I say nickels and dimes, 100,000 here, 200,000 there, 500,000 there, to correct things that we didn't have the resources to do. We put the emphasis on keep the budget down. You can only have this many police officers. You can only have this many this. You can only have this many that. And everybody put a square peg in a round hole, and they've been working to try to get that right. We need to get the right pegs in the right holes. We have this non-reoccurring financial windfall to make it happen. And I really appreciate you being here and listening to that, listening to me pontificate on that. I have two more things that I'm going to cover. You're going to need to, because I'll squeeze it right through. There has been other rumors out there, and I can only say so much legally about these rumors, but I want to put the rumors to rest. Go to the next slide. We've had several FD&LE investigations in this city, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement investigation in Groveland. We have had one. Chief and I are on the same page on this. We had an issue that was brought to my attention. Go to the next slide. That had several instances, and I don't want to even mention all the names. But I do want to say that this is what has come across, that there is no criminal culpability found by the Department of Law Enforcement. And so as I go through this, I want you to have that on your mind, that no criminal culpability was found. This has been going around. Go ahead. Initial complaint put in that there was a felony that happened at one of our senior management's house back in November of 2024. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement assigned somebody to that in January because I called the state's attorney's office and said, what do I do? This complaint came in right after I was elected and before I was put in office. Still had the responsibility, just like in Sunshine, to make sure it happened. And I wanted to make sure in that November that somebody was looking into these accusations to make sure there was nothing that I should be worried about in our police department. In January, it was assigned to somebody else. And then witness allegations came in later on that were quite concerning. Those witness allegations were supported by police officers. Those police officers no longer worked with the city of Groveland. There was alleged evidence tampering. There was alleged FD&LE delays. There weren't alleged. There were FD&LE. We go to the next, just flip through the next several slides. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. All we need is someone who is going to look and provide us a guarantee of no retaliation. Was part of that issue. So FD&LE got tied up with more police shootings than I've ever known, and took this and took their time, and in June got back with me and said, okay, it's finished. There's no wrongdoing. We don't have evidence enough. We're not going to go forward. There's no criminal culpability. Fine. I need a written report. You need a written report. Because I know, as mayor, as soon as I announce this, somebody's going to say, oh, he went after somebody for political, or he gave somebody a break because of political. I wanted the written report. Didn't get the written report in July, didn't get it in August. In June, asked our attorney to help me get this report. She tried to get the report. Finally, the recommendation was to go to my representative. I went to my representative, my state representative in the House, and said, can you get me this report? My fear, very selfishly, was that if I didn't get this report, people are going to think I covered it up, that nobody did anything about it. So it went on. The representative got with the head of the, whatever it is, FDNLE person. Because they couldn't find the report, they started it up again, and then they made their report. And that's the report we got here. The report says there's no criminal culpability. After that, go to the next slide. Just keep going. After that, second adventure. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, the second adventure is just recently, and I have to tell on myself here. The next one, go ahead, hit the next one, is I had an FDLE investigation on me. The context of the allegations involve potential misuse of public funds and violation of Florida's ethics and sunshine law. Let me just reiterate, misuse of public funds is a felony. Review and investigation process, complaints are reviewed by the legal counsel, inspectors, and so on. Legal framework of penalties depends on if I meant to do it or not, is how much I could get prison time or get fined. Go to the next. Oh, we don't have to, I just went through that. The sunshine law, civil penalties. Well, let me tell you where this criminal activity came from. Criminal activity came from because I asked the city attorney to get with the FDNLE and find out if there was a report. The report I just spoke of. The investigation that I launched. Because it was said that that was done for personal reasons. We'll tell you, a mayor doesn't need anything else than to say, there's a concern in my police department for to ask for help from a law enforcement agency. The next was the sunshine law, ethics violation. I take ethics very personally. You all have been through some of the ethics trauma we've had here. The ethics violation is because the day that Mr. Hine resigned, my first call was to the city attorney. He wasn't there. My next 4 calls were to these council members to say, and by the way, on the phone records, which I had to introduce as exhibits, they were 35 seconds long, which included the ringtone. And I said, Mr. Hine has resigned. Mr. Hine will tell you why he resigned tomorrow at a meeting with you, because that was his request. And the interim manager is Mr. Maslow. It was said that 3 of us got on the line and voted on that, which would have been a total violation. I can tell you right here, there was no ask for a vote from anybody on this dais. Not at all, nor would I cross that line. But I will tell you this, you can come after me all you want, but when you start bringing other people in to try to penalize them for the same thing, it's going way over the line. So now all this is out, okay? All this is out. Whatever you read online, if I didn't say it, it didn't happen. Oh, by the way, I went to the state's attorney's office. I spent my 10 grand on getting a good attorney. We went up there. I showed him everything. On Thursday, I think it was the 23rd, and Friday morning, everything was dismissed without cause. No further legal action. So we're at a point in this city where it's gotten to gotcha moments, We all say that and I really feel that we're all trying to do the right thing for the city. But I will say this, it's got to stop. It's got to stop. People go to NASCAR not to see the dadgum race, they go to see the crashes. Everybody goes online to see the crashes. Everybody gets involved in the crashes. The city is suffering. The city's suffering. We're losing every day more and more of our credibility with our own citizens. You all have enough heart in this city to be sitting here tonight at 10:30. I need you all to, one, help us get the city right, and then as these things come up online, help us make sure the right information is out there. I'll be all you got to do is pick up the phone and call me. There is nothing that I won't tell you, as I just did. I'll tell you. If I do something wrong, I'll tell you. You know, one thing, I got a reputation of never making a small mistake. So I'll tell you when I make a mistake, okay? But this, I need you all to support moving this city ahead and putting this behind us. Let this be the closing chapter of all this gotcha. And all this energy that we keep wasting on all this merry-go-round, if we put it together, put all of these minds in here together and go in one direction, this city will go places it's never seen. And if we give them the resources, if we give our staff, if we put the right people in the right place, the right talent, the right expertise in the right place, this place will be unbelievable. Our commitment, I can look in your eyes. Your commitment's the same as mine. I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it not even for my kids. I'm doing it for my kids' kids and their kids. Because what we're doing right now will impact each one of them. And you all, I can look in your eyes and you're doing the same thing. You're here not for you. You're here because you want something for your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids to say, that's the greatest city. That's where I came from. That's all I've got to say. And I really appreciate all of you staying for that. And let me tell you, I mean that from my heart. It's got to be done today. It's got to be finished. Thank you. We're going on to public comment.
Jen Eastridge.
Jen Eastridge, my address is protected. It's hard to follow that, Mayor, but I'm going to try. At the March 2nd meeting, I came before you all and asked this council to look into the claim of the whistleblower status based on the actions of an individual since their filing. That individual is our police chief, Sean Ramsey. This man has retaliated against staff, walked around this city arrogantly, claiming that the city can't fire him, has turned members against this community to the point that there's church followers who won't even acknowledge each other. Following my public comment, Ramsey found it appropriate to make faces and hand gestures like a 5-year-old in the back of the room. Then, being witnessed and acknowledged by a number of people, was trying to intimidate me by blocking the aisle when my minor son and I and another resident attempted to go speak to our new COO. When finally we got out to the parking lot, a group of us, myself, my minor son, Michelle McIntyre, the mayor's daughter, and Councilwoman Amy Jo Carroll, stood out there in the handicap spot next to Miss Carroll's vehicle. And they're discussing how Ramsey's behavior that night had actually made us feel. Ramsey parked in his normal location. There was nothing different about this night other than he was one of the last people to leave. A lot of you guys know he's one of the first people to leave. Goes and parks across the street, waits for most of the council to get out and leave. But this night, with my back towards him, he decided to go outside of his normal scope of his normal routine, and when leaving, swung his Tahoe so wide that my son felt the need to grab my arm and push me out of the way. He came within feet of me and my 14-year-old. Moments later, my son called my husband, who was on duty, and immediately showed up on scene. He asked all of us what happened. Everyone told him the same story and was in agreement that Ramsey came within feet in an attempt to intimidate me. The rest is a recap of discussions since that night, and I will personally be willing to testify to any of these. March 3rd, Amy Jo Carroll called, joked, well, you started stuff again. Maslow called and said to make sure that no one was in danger last night. Cool, what'd you say? Said no, he came, said no, he got close, but no one was in real danger. Okay. I sent a follow-up about a week later, another follow-up about 2 weeks after the initial, had it posted on social media, discussed a number of times of how upset this situation made my family with the councilwoman. I'd like to think that I made it pretty clear I wasn't going to let go. March 31st, Anita sends an email stating the following: your email and all related matters identified in the email chain below are being turned over to another attorney to handle moving forward. Further communication can be submitted to the city manager and city clerk, who will ensure that it will be provided to the appropriate attorney. After sitting on that, I sent an email to our interim city manager on April 2nd. I'm happy to say he did call. We did discuss the events at that took place after the March 2nd meeting. And he had stated, Jen, I asked Amy what happened and talked to her 3 or 4 times, and she said it never happened. He then tells me that the parking lot was under surveillance, but has yet to pull film because of discussions with her. I told him, I am asking you to pull film. I'm also asking you to speak with Michelle and the mayor's daughter and to my husband. The next day, I spoke to Councilwoman Carroll, and she stated that she had told Maslow to pull the film at least 3 to 4 times and post it on social media. She also stated that Maslow and his team kept making it seem like Chief tried to run us over, and she said that that part never happened. But that doesn't make sense to me. From my March 3rd email, I put, there was nothing unusual about my position that day compared to other meetings. The only difference was Chief Ramsey's apparent attempt to intimidate me. While this behavior is startling, I did not feel my life was in immediate danger. How Amy tells it, you think that a councilwoman asked you to pull it, you would. As Maslow tells it, none of it actually ever happened. Mayor, these actions are disturbing. You have a rogue police chief intimidating members of the public for looking into missing public records regarding the former city manager's son in a rape accusation. And he said, I'll take it from here. And then you have people who are sworn to help run this city lying and downplaying an event. Mayor, I'm formally requesting that the footage and all communications related to that event be preserved for future investigations and discovery. And Maslow, the city's watching. What you do right now and how you handle this sets a precedent for what is okay in this city and what is not okay in this city. Thank you.
Chris Walker.
Well, I can't follow that up. January 1972, there was a song that came out by Marvin Gaye called What's Going On. The song was about a cry, a plea to bring about unity and social change to a divided nation. So I want to thank you, Mayor, for telling us what's going on. The city manager did us a favor by quitting. I warned the Wilson administration and the council when they first hired Mr. Hines, just because you dress up and look nice doesn't mean that everything is nice about you. All they had to do was look at the city of Tucson and see that you had a city manager who ran the city in debt and a city manager who had a drinking problem, who also had that same drinking problem here, but yet it was covered up by some of your administration and your police department.
We can't, I don't think we can make those personal accusations, please. I mean,
Okay, I'll continue. 360,000 salary your city manager was allowed to take. Ron DeSantis makes 141,000. Make it make sense, Groveland. 360K is what you allow to be given away. Make sure the next city manager doesn't have an unlimited purse string by giving out salaries to people who are not qualified with no degrees, and we just give them out because we can, and we have no purse strings on your city manager. Building inspector, $2.8 million, when we could hire our own building department, hire 5 or 6 guys at a decent salary, and save this city over $1.5 million. That's just common sense, but no one seems to want to have common sense in the city of Groveland. We just let things continue to go on and go on and go on. Please explain to this city and taxpayers why we need to shell out $2.8 million to one building inspector company that we have yet to bid out, that we have yet to see who can do it better and cheaper. Got a problem. I'm sure there's going to be political hit pieces mailed out. Thank you, Mayor, for putting that presentation on, because you know the hit pieces are coming, no matter when you put the truth out. Make sure that you interview all of your officers in your police department. See why they want a union. Why do they want one? It's because there's something going on at the top that needs to be dealt with. And if that is the problem after you interview them, then you know what you need to do.
Keith Breedlove.
Keith Breedlove, 154 Balmy Coast. I was going to address the council about your fiduciary responsibility, but I don't think I need to follow Mr. Walker. He said it with a lot more detail than I had planned, but I will say one thing. One place where you can save $100,000 or $200,000 next year is by changing the charter, whatever it takes, that we don't have an election that we don't need. Let districts 2 and 4, which will be up for election then, go ahead and extend for that year, and then they'll be right on the 4-year cycle. Those 2 districts will be right on the 4-year cycle. It'll save us, if there's a $100,000 for the general and for the municipal election, and then another $100,000 if there happens to be a primary. So please consider that. That would at least save us a little bit of money out of that big hole that's been dug over the years. Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Breedlove, you have 2 public. You're done, okay. Art Heller.
Art Heller, 443 Sauvignon Way, like the wine, up here in Groveland. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you all very much for being here. Thank you for your service. You've taken a lot of crap tonight, and I know you have. I've been back here listening to a lot of things. But thank you for being here. I just have a complaint, and I want to bring it forward to you all. I live over up in that Vineyard housing development off of Wilson Lake and Libby number 3. Across the street from me, there's a new housing development being built. Prior to that development being built, Libby number 3 was a clay road on the west end of my development. During storms, when it would rain very hard and stuff, the water would bring the clay and the silt and stuff into our community, run it through the drain. I have videos of all of this. It would bring it into the drainage system and dump it in our overflow pond at the south end of the community. Well, over the course of years, that silt and clay has built up. Well, guess what? Now we're building that new housing development. Well, you know what they went ahead and did? They paved the road. Well, that doesn't negate the fact that over those years, that clay and silt was dumped in the back of my community. Back in August of 2024, I addressed it to the Transportation and Public Works Department. Mr. Rodriguez, he said he'll have to get it up on his calendar to go ahead and clean out our pond because he agreed to do a one-time cleanup of it. Over the course of several months, I went ahead and I messaged him. And of course, I got the same response back. I have to get it up on a calendar. Well, here I am standing before you almost 2 years later. Not only haven't I heard hide nor hair, but nothing's been done. So I want to make a formal complaint to you all that they need to, no offense to them, get off their duffs and take care of the smaller community. There's only 49 homes in my community. I have about 100 residents. And I think that needs to be taken care of. I get it. During that time frame, we had 2 major hurricanes. We had cleanup duties that we had to take care of. I get it, that things get pushed back a little bit. But that doesn't negate the fact that we don't take care of our smaller communities. And I feel like we've been forgotten. So I'm here representing my community, informing you all that I think this needs to be taken care of. Additionally, I also messaged that same office about a week plus ago. I asked something very simple. Now that the trees, the oak trees, have stopped shedding, can I get a sweeper come through the community and clean up the street? Crickets. A week. Nobody has said anything back to me, hey, Art, I'll pass it to the person who's supposed to be taking care of it, or anything of that nature. So here I am again, telling you the same department, that's twice. Well, one time I get it. Twice becomes a pattern. So I'm letting you know that I think you need to take a peek at this office to take care of this smaller community. But that doesn't negate the fact, again, that we just don't do it. So anyway, but I'd like to leave you all with something as well. You know, I'm a service member, 30 years in the United States Air Force. Thank you. And as a senior first sergeant in my units, I had 2 monitors like you all have in your office, and I had a quote going across it. And I think it's an important quote because it affects everything we do. And it's from William H. Taft, our 27th president. And he said, it's easier to do the job right the first time than to have to explain why you didn't. Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you, council. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you. And Tim, we can get back with him on those things?
Of course.
Thank you.
Tim Laux.
Laux, 63 Neptune Drive.
Wake up, Tim. Wake up.
As I've been up for 48 hours, my wife just had surgery. Since I lost my page in my phone anyway, what's going on in Groveland today? It's not the first time. 2012, 2016, identical situations. The mayor, the council, the police chief, the fire department, the staff, we were all accused of corruption. Was it ever proven? No. Did it happen? No. Or no one knows. You couple that with the obscene debt this city's now in, you've got to make it for a disaster. What's happened, as the mayor said, you divided the city completely. There's no unity left in this city. Matter of fact, on paper, this city's bankrupt. It's completely bankrupt. It's really easy. Take your debt and look at your yearly income. You're bankrupt. That happened in the last 7 years. How did that happen? We had a mayor and a council sit right at this table, and whatever the staff told them, it was the truth. Didn't matter what it was. It didn't bother to investigate it. asked the right questions. Maybe they didn't know the right questions. I don't know. The utility issues that we've had, we've got an outside company. We pay a lot of money. Everything the outside company, the contractor, subcontractor tells our utility director is the gospel. Well, guys, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's not. I worked with that very company many, many years back. Their job, first off, is to make a profit for their company, okay? That's their number one priority. If they don't make a profit, they just raise our rates every year. The same in Groveland, we sit and let them do it and don't say a word about it. We only had one person analyze this utility system, the same people that make profit off of it. We didn't have anyone else. We didn't have any other consultants come in and analyze this. I know our utility system. I know what it needed when I left office. Now, it must have deteriorated like crazy in 9 years, or the money that's being spent is for the new construction that nobody wants because we don't have the infrastructure or road infrastructure to even handle it. And we keep going with it. That I don't fully understand. I want to bring up just real quick. Groveland has an ordinance, it's section 78-193. I'm going to ask the council, look into this and repeal lines A, B, C, and D. The ordinance is illegal, and here's why it's illegal. It says no one can put water wells in if they have reclaimed water. When you are forcing people to buy from one source at whatever price they feel like charging, that's called a monopoly, and it's against the law. St. John's Water River Management says clearly you can put a well in under a 6-inch casing with no St. John's permit. But yet your ordinance says you need a St. John's permit. You don't. You do not. That's Florida Administrative Code. I've asked many times for this to be looked into, and it's never been looked into. I've told them, no, you can't do it because of state statute. Well, state statute doesn't have a problem with it. Groveland has a problem with it. You drive through Claremont, every single commercial building in Claremont's got an irrigation well. Why? Because they can't supply the water, and Groveland's in the same position, but yet they won't let a homeowner correct it and help correct that. It's a monopoly. If it doesn't get repealed, be prepared for another lawsuit, because I've asked and I'm done with it. It's illegal, and we're going to get it taken care of. I'd prefer to get it taken care of at this council level. Mayor, council,
Excuse me,
thank
Tim,
you.
what was that?
Yeah.
What was that, 78-?
78-193, lines A, B, C, and D. Your utility director's familiar with this. I explained that to him many times. I've never got any reply back on it. Oh, you can't do that. Well, yeah, you can. So it's time it's looked into seriously. Again, Mayor, I think you're doing a great job. Most of your council's doing a very great job. You inherited a mess, and I knew you did when you took it. I didn't leave it this way. Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Joyce.
Just for knowledge, no, you don't have to take up your whole 5 minutes. You can cut it short if you.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize. Alan Joyce, my address is protected. I live in the Groveland Utility District. Thank you for your transparency. I think your heart's in the right place, so thank you. The following are my opinions. I am requesting that the council consider 4 proposed charter amendments in the November election. Last November, there was a charter amendment that may have been confusing to some voters. It read as follows: so the charter be amended to delete a provision that prohibits the city council from reducing the city manager's compensation, the manager's tenure as city manager. I am requesting new ballot language that reads, shall the City of Groveland charter be amended to allow the city council to reduce the city manager's compensation during the manager's tenure? Groveland's charter currently allows the city manager to demand a public hearing before the council can vote for removal. That hearing upon demand creates a built-in bargaining imbalance. The manager can threaten a public adversarial proceeding, and the city may feel pressure to offer a larger exit payment simply to avoid drawn-out, headline-driven spectacle. A forced public hearing can lower employee morale, erode public confidence, and instability, chill recruitment, and cause legal exposure to the council. I'm requesting new ballot language that says, shall the City of Groveland charter be amended to delete the provision that requires a public hearing upon demand by the city manager before the city council may vote to remove the manager. And if you really want him to have a meeting before he's terminated, you can always put it in the contract, but why have it in the charter and tie your hands? Currently, an individual council member cannot place an item on the agenda. It takes a majority of the council to do that. The issue is that this can cause a significant delay if an issue comes up for a specific reason, district, whatever. If the issue arises a day or two after the council meeting, the manager does not add it to the next agenda, the council can be forced into a 3+ week delay. The majority must wait until the next meeting just to direct the manager to place it on the future agenda, and then wait until the next future meeting date to take action, causing needless delay and time-sensitive problems. Benefits of the proposed change would be to stop the agenda gatekeeping by a manager, let districts get urgent problems heard fast, improve transparency, protect every district's voice, and build public trust. And you can write the amendment, I'll leave it with the clerk, that specifically has timelines and guidelines that has to abide by the council rules and stuff so it doesn't get out of control. And the council can always remove it from the agenda item if they don't agree with the agenda before it's heard. The last item could save the city, I believe, up to $100,000 by letting the voters in the upcoming November 26, 2026 election decide if the council seats to District 2 and 4 should be extended for 1 year to better align with the new 4-year council member terms. The current transition to 4-year terms creates 2 elections in 2 years for 2 districts. 2 elections, 2 years, 2 districts. A vote in the November 27 election for only 1-year term would be followed by another election the very next year. This extra election for a 1-year term is inefficient and can waste up to $100,000 with a primary and a general election. The benefit of the proposed change would save taxpayers up to $100,000. It creates a smooth transition. It promotes fairness and consistency across all 5 seats, provides stability, integrity, and continuity, moves towards a 4-year term instead of a 1-year term, and reduces the public's confusion. And the voters get a say in it. It'll be the voters that will decide yes or no in the November 2026 election to extend their existing term or force an additional election. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Banks, Helfrich.
Farmer Banks Helfrich, Clay Road District, South Lake County. Farm tip of the day. Did you know that you can take a twig from a living mulberry tree and you can stick it in the ground and a new mulberry tree will grow? Also, mulberries are in season right now. In fact, my mulberry trees are dripping with mulberries, and here's a hack on how to harvest them. Put a blanket or a sheet underneath the tree, shake it gently, they will fall down. You can use your hands to scoop them up and eat them like a child. However, your hands and your mouth will turn purple. Mayor, council, distinguished guests, do we point our finger at our president and accuse him of the direction our country is going? Do we point our finger at our governor, our state representatives, and blame them for the high cost of living here in Florida? Do we turn to our county commissioners and point our finger at them and say they're the reason why our county roads are not maintained properly? Do we point our finger at our mayors, Claremont, Groveland, and say you're the reason why our water bill is too high? These are all rhetorical questions. However, I will answer it. Yes, we do. We point our fingers at those of you who represent us because that's who we are. We are blamers. We love to throw blame. Usually it shows some sort of weakness that we have. However, the one thing that blaming and something else you cannot do, you cannot take responsibility and throw blame at the same time.
My mother always said, when you point your finger at someone, you're pointing 3 more right back at yourself. Mayor, you brought up a great point. In fact, you mentioned blame 3 times in your speech, in your presentation. And that's what we have here. We have blaming. When it all comes down and all the blaming is over and we pointed our finger enough times, we have 2 choices. Before I tell you the 2 choices, our forefathers over 250 years ago were blaming and pointing their finger at England. They were accusing and blaming, and they decided 250 years ago to come together and to take responsibility for this great nation of ours. We have 2 choices. One, we can take responsibility, and in doing so, take ownership of not only this country, this state, this county, this city, or we can point our finger and be blamers of nothing. I am Farmer Banks Helfrich. May you all be blessed. Candidate for State House, District 25, advocate for South Lake County. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Sean Ramsey.
Mayor, members of council, my name is Sean Ramsey. I'm your chief of police. I reside at 132 Isabella Way in Groveland, Florida. Mayor, I thank you for the presentation. It was informative, and there was good points brought forward in reference to the section discussing the investigations pertaining to the police department and investigations that are directed towards me. Tonight, as you know, I rarely ever come to this podium. Tonight, as a resident, as an employee, I felt compelled. My concern is that the initial complaint presented by a single council member, a single elected official, in collaboration with members of Keeping Groveland Honest, in secrecy for over a year, I feel our citizens and the remaining elected officials deserved better. They had the right to know that their chief of police was under investigation for over a year. Our citizens had the right to know. I have no problem with any inquiry or investigation. I'll welcome it. So the presentation that was presented here tonight was helpful, minus a single document that I would like to present to the clerk and ask her to read it in to the record and ask that it be utilized in any future presentations pertaining to such investigation.
Okay. This is from Walter Forgy.
Sorry?
Walter Forgy, is that correct? It's from?
Chief Administrator of the State Attorney's Office.
From Chief Ramsey. Dear Mr. Forgy, I'm writing to inform you that the FDLE investigations related to 2 case numbers, OR 481541 and EL 140221, are now closed as confirmed in the attached document. I kindly request any closing documents or case reviews that may have been conducted by members of the 5th Judicial Circuit regarding any final decisions related to these investigations. Thank you for your attention in this matter. Sincerely. And that's from you, Chief. This is William Gladson, State Attorney, 5th Judicial Circuit Court, March 3rd, 2026. Chief Ramsey, Groveland Police Department. Public records request, case number L20260881116A. Dear Chief Ramsey, the records you requested are enclosed. Listed below, you will find the statutory basis for any redactions that have been made in your records. These redactions have been done in accordance with Florida state statutes as outlined below. 1, confidential under Governor's Executive Order, Florida Statute 27.151. 2, transitory message not considered public record. Should you have any questions or concerns regarding this matter, please feel free to contact me. Sincerely, Wayne Green, Public Records Paralegal. And he gives his email, wgreen@sao5.org, 352-671-5813. It's another email, Walter Forgy, Chief Assistant State Attorney. This is Thursday, February 12th, 2026, to Marissa Meyer Shannon. And the subject is cases. I spoke to Agent Guest today. He reached out to me regarding the Groveland investigation. They are closing it without sending it to us. He reviewed his investigation with me, and after hearing his synopsis and conclusion that there was no crime, I told him he could put in his report that I said there were, quote, there was no evidence of any crime whatsoever, end of quote.
Thank you very much, Clerk. Words matter, Vice Mayor, several times. Never any evidence pertaining to any of the allegations. Florida Department of Law Enforcement does not go on fishing expeditions. Others have stated that as well. I stand on the investigation that has been brought forth and concluded. The integrity of your police department and myself remains intact.
That's all, public comment, no more public comment.
We'll close public comment now and move on to council members' reports.
Oh, okay. I can go first. First, I'd like to sit there and say that I'm nominating Betsy Song for the CRA task force. The information, her contact information has been passed on to Mr. Maslow and to Ms. Wright. One thing I'd like to point out is that today or yesterday we received a letter from a government agency that did an audit on Groveland about grants that we were using. And in the audit they had a finding that said that the grants were in jeopardy to Groveland because Groveland didn't follow the rules. Groveland didn't follow the laws that the grants were based on. So future grants might be in jeopardy to Groveland. Now, this leads right into what the mayor was saying, that the people in the government weren't following through on what they were supposed to be doing, and they had no oversight. And here's something that came right to us yesterday or the day before, that said we were not following the procedures that we were supposed to, and now we're in jeopardy of losing grants. So what the mayor said was extremely important, that we really need to look at what we need to do to fix the city. I'd also like to get a consensus with the rest of the board about outside contractors. I thought we've had many discussions where we were thinking and we decided that we were going to bring more of this in-house, that we were going to stop the building department spending all that money. We were going to stop all these departments of spending all this money on outside contractors and bring in people to us. So I'd like to get a consensus to have Mr. Maslow get with the HR department and come up with estimates of replacing all these consultants with people who actually work for Groveland.
I'd agree to that. Can they include also the current cost of said consultants so that we can compare? Yeah.
I agree.
That's it. I'm good. I agree.
We've just added so many things onto
Yeah.
what we're going to be discussing. So I think we need to figure out the 25 million things that we're
Need to do.
discussing on the 16th first, and then discuss this.
Yeah, my input on that would be, it has to be a longer we have to determine which department first, second, third, fourth. I mean, we're in a situation because we didn't have a process. We have a knee jerk, right? And we need to, yes, figure out. We've all agreed on that. I think we've taken that consensus before on bringing stuff inside, but I think our duty now is to figure out who's first, who's second, who's third, who's fourth, because we cannot create chaos. That churn could really hurt us more than help us. So I'm in favor of bringing it in, but I'm also in favor of making sure we have a pragmatic approach that we can get it done and get it done right.
That's totally acceptable for me. It's just the fact we were talking about lawyers, and now we're talking about firms again instead of bringing lawyers in-house. I thought we were talking about bringing lawyers in-house. So immediately, the first thing that came up to us, we got off the path. So now we just confirm that this is the path that we want to be on. We want to get rid of the outside consultants. We had a very good time at the Founders Day. That was a very good celebration. The city went all out. They had 3 different bands, and I listened to 2 of them. I missed the first one, but the 2 I listened to were very good. And everybody who was there had an enjoyable time. Heck, we even had water skiers out there, brazen, alligators in the lake and everything, and they're out there water skiing, and they were doing a good job for us, trying to entertain us. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you.
I would concur, and also the Easter celebration was not a loss for attendees. It was thousands, I think. Vicky, the mayor's wife, and I have agreed that we maybe need to ask the Easter Bunny to bring 2 Easter bunnies next year, because that was interesting. But after hearing the comments and getting serious for a second with the discussion tonight, my pastor, Pastor Brian Broadway, has a saying, and it irritates me sometimes to hear it from him. When I get angered or feel slighted or wronged, you can either build bridges or you can burn down cities. And while burning things down, figuratively, can often feel very good in the moment, and I've done it, this is your city. These are your neighbors, and this is your family that you'd be hurting. I have found that often the right choice is usually the building bridges part, but I will be honest, it's often the hardest choice. And talking to a mayor who used to be a chef before, he would talk about gumbo and something about gumbo, and it was very salty or bitter, and if you gave up on it too early, what is it? You have to give it time.
4 hours.
4 hours to get just right. So we may be in the thick of that 4-hour period right now, but we all are neighbors with each other, and I think it's often the hardest choice to say, I'm not going to burn down the city, figuratively. I'm going to build a bridge. And that's all I have.
Thank you for that.
I don't like to do council report after 11 o'clock. I want to be at home in bed. But tonight I have to, so here we go. First, I'm going to start with, I reported a potential sunshine violation that I was part of. Because I can't be who I am and sit back if something felt wrong. I'll tell on myself first. So I reported that, and FDLE did come back and say that they found no wrongdoing. So that was good. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Don't have to think about it, and that makes me feel better. And then back to the parking lot. I did not say that did not happen. I said that at no point was anyone in any danger, and I don't think Jen disagrees with that. I also think that for her, there's many incidents that led her feelings to get where she's at. She feels like the chief of police is trying to intimidate her. And I am hesitant to assign intent to anyone. That's who I am. So I'll give you all the facts. Yes, it happened. No one was in any danger at any point. And I feel like they have a long history that should be investigated. And I also did ask for the footage to be pulled several times at this point. So If we have footage, can we pull that so people can see what we're talking about? Because that would be nice. So there's no he said, she said. And also, if we are relaying something I supposedly said to a resident, we should just all talk about it. Put me on a conference call. Don't try to mince words. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to wonder if the best was saved for last, but I'm going to do you guys a favor. I'm going to be good, be quick, and be gone, okay? I attended the photo exhibit at Trilogy, went toward the neighborhood center, of course, attended the Easter egg hunt. And I would like to remind everybody that there's a ribbon cutting tomorrow for a consignment shop, Hidden Treasures, here in Groveland. They have one in, I think, Mascot, Mineola, and so they're having a ribbon cutting for one here tomorrow. And that's it. Thank you.
I think that's on the 17th.
It's on the 17th, but we'll do a trial run then?
Don't listen to me. It's on the 17th.
You can still go in and buy stuff tomorrow.
You see why the city's in such bad shape? I'm giving you wrong dates and everything else. My apologies. Me a couple.
Okay, with that said, Mr. Maslow, do you have anything?
I do, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. First of all, before I get into this report, I feel compelled to say something as well, and I appreciate the mayor's words, especially at the end. I hope everybody had a happy Easter. Easter is all about resurrection. Just in case you didn't hear that, I hope everyone had a happy Easter. And Easter is all about resurrection, right? And I'm sure Stephen could do much better in terms of biblical verses that are appropriate for the moment. But we have a decision to make as a community, and we can make that tonight. I look at everybody here, and I want all of us to win. I want all of us to have a great city. Our actions every day as a cumulative are not about any individual. They represent all of us. And the mayor mentioned that in his closing remarks. We could choose tonight to continue. He said, she said, yeah, but this, but that. Well, you're wrong, I'm right. This is not my duty as a city manager necessarily, but I feel like we're all doing ourselves a disservice if we keep doing that. Everybody in here deserves the best. Nobody is perfect. And I feel like our actions together as a city in terms of staff, council, and the public, we owe that to ourselves to move the needle here. We can make this a reflection point and resurrect as a city, or not. I hope we do. That's my intent. Again, I want to see everybody here win. I will get into our strategic plan as an outline of our city manager's report tonight. There's quite a bit. As we mentioned in some of these previous meetings, there's a lot of priorities for the city, a lot on our plate. I want to start with financial health as our first strategic priority. Over the past month, we have focused on strengthening the city's financial and operational foundation. Many of these efforts will be discussed in greater detail at our upcoming April 16th workshop with Council. And they're designed to ensure long-term sustainability and transparency. Key initiatives include an updated city organizational chart aligned with current operations and future growth, including projected staffing ranges by department and division. This is meant to keep up with our growth and demonstrate in the next 5-10 years what will our chart look like based on population growth and what the needs and vision are of the community. Again, a proactive approach. Preparation for this year's budget with a proactive strategic approach. Again, a third-party assessment of our finance department, an update to our utility rate study, which we discussed earlier in the meeting, a comprehensive review of the city's financial policies, including benchmarking against best practices, mid-year budget amendments to reflect current conditions, and implementation of monthly financial reports that fully meet our charter requirements and inform and engage our city council and the public. I also want to recognize our human resources team for their outstanding work recruiting and filling key positions, including economic development CRA, procurement, a capital improvements project manager, and a communications director. These roles are essential to strengthening our organization's capacity and execution. Next strategic priority, informed and engaged community. We are continuing to build a more informed and engaged community through transparency, communication, and opportunities for involvement. April 14th will be the start of our ethics committee. I want to give thanks to Jenny and her team for moving that forward, and thanks to the council for making those appointments. At the April 20th council meeting, we will be bringing forward a new advisory board ordinance, including the creation of a strategic plan advisory board and making that permanent, as well as utilities and transportation advisory boards. These will provide meaningful opportunities for community input and partnership. We are also advancing several key initiatives in this area, including a shared organization-wide project management tracker to be implemented by the end of this month, improving visibility, coordination, and accountability across departments with council. I'm calling it into existence. By the end of this month, we're going to have a start of a project management tracker. Too often do I get questions all throughout the day, where are we at with this project? What's the next date? What's the next milestone? Where are we at in terms of the budget? Who's the project manager? Who's taking the lead? What's the next step? This is all basic information that we could just track and do ourselves a service, both internally for our staff, for our council, and the public, to share this basic information. An operational assessment across all departments to improve service delivery and efficiency. We'll expect to have a couple proposals to share with the council so that you could take action on that. I know that's been discussed at a few meetings. A revised City Hall location analysis to support long-term planning and accessibility. That was a request of the council, but in all candid, we need to discuss budget for actually how that project is expected to move forward in terms of the cost. It's not a cheap project. So I look forward to going that at the workshop on the 16th. Upcoming items, again, for the April 20th, including the train depot restoration and neighborhood center extensions, both of which reflect our commitment to community connection and preserving important assets. We're also making steady progress toward identifying a permanent city manager while maintaining strong interim leadership and looking for additional interim services and continuity of operations. Next strategic priority is community livability. Enhancing quality of life for our residents remains central to our work. We are excited to share progress on several parks and recreations initiatives. Special thanks to Mr. Walker and his team. South Lake Regional Park is moving toward a soft opening with a target date of May 20th. We expect a full permanent opening shortly after that. But I understand there's a special baseball tournament that Mr. Walker's trying to open for. In addition to this park, construction is anticipated to begin this fiscal year on Gaffney Park and Cherry Lake Park, Phase 3. So 3 significant parks improvements done in one fiscal year. In addition, we are currently working with Lake County on an application for the Wilson Island Conservation Funding Opportunity, which is due April 17th. This effort supports long-term environmental stewardship and preservation while helping to activate the Palatlakaha Blueway, a key initiative of our strategic plan. Again, that deadline is April 17th. I also want to extend a sincere thank you to our Parks and Communications teams and also our City Council and all staff who were there, delivering a fantastic Easter egg event. It was a wonderful example of, again, community engagement and the experiences that make our city such a special place to live. In closing, I want to thank our mayor, our council, and our staff. Our team continues to balance daily operations with a wide range of strategic initiatives that takes direction, professionalism, and a shared commitment to service. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Did you,
The best report, Mr. Mayor, is no report.
did you want to say something else?
I do want to say something that I forgot while I was playing around. My nominee for the CRA has graciously declined due to relocation. That being said, I would like to recommend Dr. Chris Walker to be my representative on the CRA. Am I out of order? Am I out of order? Oh, why are you looking at me like that? Listen, I want to represent. I want to represent. I would like to recommend Dr. Chris Walker to be my representative on the committee. I just forgot it.
Thank you for that. Did he accept? He looks like dumbfounded back there. Okay, so that concludes. Now, please, we've purged the system tonight. Remember what we talked about earlier? Let's all go out with positive attitudes and make sure we make Groveland great again. Okay. Yes, Phil, yeah.
Paging Phil Fulmer, would you come to the customer service desk?
We got close, right?
Oh, boy.
We got close.
I thought we were doing real good, and then we were going real